Hello everyone, Santir here with my Guild Wars 1 stream. Hello to all of you VOD watchers, I know you're out there. I see the statistics. So today, I'm going to be continuing the slow playthrough with probably not launching an Imrahil right away. So what I want to do today, ideally, if you can hear me over the music, is I want to get all of the Nightfall stuff wrapped up. The quests that I haven't gotten to and all that good stuff. There's, however, a quest that I think I want to do before that, which is over here on Rex Templaris. Specifically, Rex Templaris is still under a lot of the play restrictions, but you know what he hasn't done? Aside from deposit a bunch of crafting materials, because he's under the restrictions, he hasn't visited Kamadan. Which means we haven't seen how you get from Lion's Arch to Kamadan. So I think I want to go talk to Lionguard Figo and witness this. All sorts of stuff for me to do in Kaining still, but it's neither here nor there. Let's see, it looks like I was doing some sort of earth magic build. So you know what, let's just stick to that. No magnetic surge. Hey, Salty Grease. Doing pretty well. A little disturbed by outside being so yellow. But overall, I'm doing well. How are you doing today? Trying to figure out what I want to stick on here. You know what? Maybe Earthquake. I've got the attunement slots. Pull these back maybe and put on Eruption. For those who do not know, I live in the Pacific Northwest. And right now, parts of that are on very fire. I'm not near the fiery parts, but the wind is blowing the smoke from that into the general vicinity. Air quality is terrible. And it is very, like, if you've ever played Firewatch, it is accurate. Ooh. Congratulations on clearing Fisher of Woe. That's a pretty big deal. Okay, so we're going to see how you get to Ilona from Tyria. So let's find out. Lionguard Figo here says, "Greetings, Rex Templaris. Someone has been looking for you. Cormier, Spear Marshal of the illustrious Sunspears, has traveled here from the lands of Ilona to the south. She's been asking most diligently after you. Cormier awaits you at Lion's Gate. Lionguard Beto will grant you entrance to speak with her. I'll find this Cormier and speak with her." Sunspears and Kryta. I don't know what all I shall want with me, except I know that I am trying to navigate around the rocks. Let's see. Let's just grab Alicia, Stefan, Claude, Dunham, and Reyna, I guess? I don't think it'll matter that much. Feeling very thirsty today. I'm going to try to make sure I drink plenty of water. I don't think I had enough to drink yesterday, if I had to guess. Okay, so our first stop is with Lionguard Beto over here. Beto? I don't know. Beto is how I'd pronounce it. Lion's Gate is where travelers arriving by boat to Lion's Arch are screened before being allowed entrance into Kryta. It is my duty to make sure any who try to sneak past the gate are dealt with promptly. Ah, good, Rex Templaris. You were found. A rather important guest has arrived from Ilona, and she has been asking about you. She awaits you in Lion's Gate. Well then, we wish to enter Lion's Gate. Your entire party is about to be moved to the next area. Make sure all party members are ready first. Do you wish to continue? Yes, henchmen are always ready. So this is going to be brief. I'm just going to do the part that takes us there. We already saw what happens after you arrive on Girudo Senso. I'm not sure I'd call the Temple of Ages as a place that has halls, but sure. Looks like this is a fairly similar assortment to what's typically here. And Cormier's over there. I'm going to see if these people have any different dialogue than normal. Nope. She's a member of Ascalon's Chosen. So, nothing new there. Yeah, okay. I don't think they have anything new to say. I'll just talk to Cormyr. But yeah, I'm basically going to be like, okay, what does it look like? Because, like I said, we've done it from Cantha, but we need to see what's like from here. And then I'll hop over onto Imrahil, and we will proceed. I am Cormyr, Spear Marshal of the Sun Spears, those sworn to defend the lands of Ilona. Darkness has befallen our lands. I have traveled to the Battle Isles, and have now come to Tyria to search for heroes willing to fight this evil, and help bring peace to the lands of Ilona. Hi, Rex Templaris. I am Spear Marshal Cormyr, leader of the Sun Spears from the lands of Ilona to the southeast. Our order has been entrusted with defending the 3 provinces of Ilona, Istan, Korna, and Vabi, from those who would seek to bring our lands to ruin. An evil has risen in Ilona, a darkness we cannot hope to fight alone. I come here now in search of heroes who will help us battle this evil, which surely seeks to devour us all. So this is actually something that I really appreciate that they do. Is like Cormyr is going around trying to seek allies in the other nations. I think that's a great way of arguing about how they're going to be bringing foreign characters into the area. I think that's a really solid conceit for it. We are ready. I speak of Nightfall, a darkness that threatens Ilona and will envelop all our lands if it is not stopped. Excuse me, this feels a little ill-positioned. There we go. Even now, its tendrils stretch out to bring ruin to Lion's Arch. I can sense it. If you are the caliber of hero I seek, prove it by defeating this evil here in your home. Make haste, though. Your own lands are in great peril. Are you prepared to begin the defense of Lion's Arch? Yeah, so we did the same thing in Kining City, or Kining Center. Fortunately, we have a bunch of NPCs to help us. Because I'm going to tell you right now, these henchmen are not up to this task. But they probably knew that, and so added a bunch of NPCs to help. Okay, grasp. We really don't need you dropping stuff on us, Wrathful Storm. Work through these in reverse order. Yeah, most of those guys are probably going to just stay dead. It's alright. They're throwing them at us like 2 at a time. Bunch of AI companions in the form of like members of the Lion Guard. Though the henchmen were predictably useless, I kind of thought that would end up being the case. Well, the good news is I have plenty of exhaustion with which to fuel my exhaustion spells. Bad news is I have plenty of exhaustion with which to fuel my exhaustion spells. Overcast, I guess they call it. You spend enough time, like 7 years, calling it one thing. Really easy to just refer to it as that. I imagine. Yeah, I mean, I have an additional fire magic rune. I have +3 to all of my elemental attributes. They're pretty ridiculous right now. Ooh, a ram's hammer. I don't have a ton of inventory space on this character. I'm not really too worried about that, because my assumption is that I can kind of clear it out later, but... Ow. Okay, you know what? You get... You don't get an earthquake. I wanted to earthquake you. I kind of want to cast my more expensive spells if I can because they heal me more. This is a healing skill. I gain 300% of the spell's cost in health whenever I cast one. This is one of those moments where you kind of just like do a little jig, let your energy recover, let your health recover. I don't know why there's no music playing at the moment. That's a little bit strange. Oh, the Cantha ambassador is dead. This does not actually make your anything recover more quickly. But we just need to see how you get to Lona from here. It's definitely... So this is one of those things where it's like, it becomes abundantly clear that they had a really hard time trying to interface Tyria with other places. Because by the time you're level 20, it's so late in the game that if they try to go based on that, they end up trying to get you there too late. Yeah, it's just really, really awkward. I've talked about it before. But just to kind of summarize while I'm here, very actively thinking about it, like, this area... Hello, mana guy. How are you doing today? Like, when do they want to put doing stuff with Tyria? Like, clearly Lion's Arch is too early in terms of, like, levels. Yeah, that's the thing. Is, like, Prophecies is super paced level-wise for being its own game, its own standalone game. So it's out of sync with the other ones. And it just makes it a really awkward interface, because by the time you're level 20, it's so late in the game. Okay, you can stop being a nuisance. It's just so late in the game that it makes it really, really, really awkward, because do you put the connection point... Like, Drockner's Forge would be kind of the place to do it, but that's so late in the campaign that it just doesn't make sense to have people arriving in here. Like, really what they needed to do, like... No, needs is the wrong word. What would have been good to do is to have you be level 20 by the time you get out of pre-steering, or at the very least level 20 by the time you get through Gates of Kryda. But like the thing is, the Prophecies campaign is like carefully calibrated, where you're supposed to be level 20 at Ascension effectively. Like, that's supposed to be the event that makes you maximum level, is ascending. Yeah, but the thing is, Consulate Docks, where you're functionally level 20, is right next to Kamadan. So that kind of like jumps you a bit. They're able to just like jump you straight to Consulate Docks. Oh, sure. I'll chill by this thing. I'll go to the other one and put that one out too. What am I specifically needing to do here? Just defend Lion's Arch from the evil that threatens to destroy. I still don't know why there's no music playing. Yeah, Augury Rock gave you a gigantic chunk of experience back in the day. I don't think it still does, but back in the day it absolutely did. And it gave you a giant chunk of experience for the express purpose of getting you to maximum level. Because like the idea is when you ascended, you became maximum level by that point, sort of thing. And so like if you look at the pacing, so it's like everything's like Ascension is such a beautiful thing in Prophecies, but then it sets this awful, wretched precedent for the rest of the campaign, where you're having to deal with the fact that you have to ascend. That the 15 attribute point quests connected to later on, particularly the second one that requires you to have ascended first, and like, does it still give you a giant amount? I feel like it used to give you enough experience to get you from level 1 to level 20, like 128k at one point. Which, I mean, this guy is almost at 750,000, but almost at 750,000 experience in a little over almost 66 hours. Wait, so do I not need to kill that last group? I just need to clear this last rift? That could be the case. Just a lot of experience in Cantha. And this one's already partially empty. Just convenient. Oh, that's all we need to do. Just close the chaos rifts. Alright, that'll work. That will work for me. I'm seeing it pop up here. I don't know, it looks like it's popping up to me. Okay, let's go chat to Cormier. Yeah, it could be the delay was just longer than you were expecting. I don't know. I'm Cormier. We read this already. You have now witnessed the darkness that threatens to destroy us all, and triumphed over it. I fear that the leader of the Elonian province of Korna, Varish Asa, is responsible. I ask of you, come to Elona and help the Sun Spears defeat her before she brings ruin down upon us all. Finish your important tasks here in Tyria and return to me when you are ready. I will then arrange travel to Elona so you may help us make a stand against this evil. Well, we are ready. If you have completed your business here in Tyria and wish to join the Sun Spears in the defense of Elona, I have a ship prepared to leave immediately. Are you ready to travel to Elona and battle against the coming darkness? Yes. This is probably going to be the same then at this point. And we'll get the opening cutscene, which is good to see.
Elona, land of the golden sun. A land of wealth and bounty. A land of heroes. A land protected by its champions, the Order of the Sun Spears. A shadow now falls upon this land.
This is an important moment, as we now know.
The shadow of an ancient and forgotten darkness. Night falls. The time of the five gods is at an end.
Yeah, so as we saw in the previous episode, I really like how that matches up with the other stuff that we've got going on. I'm just going to get the quest reward here. Cormier told me to expect you, Rex Templaris. We at Sun Spears are indeed lucky to have such great heroes volunteer to join our battle against the evil that threatens Elona. There's much that must be done to prepare you for the battle that awaits us. When you are ready, I will direct you on your way. I am not ready, so I'm not going to grab this quest on this character currently. I'm in fact going to take him back to Lion's Arch and drop him off. We're going to head on over to Imrahil now that we have seen how Tyrians get over there. It's time to actually spend some time over here on Imrahil. So we're at Consulate Docks because Menlo is our point of contact for what comes next. I'm not entirely sure what order I'd want to theoretically do things in. We've got a bunch of quests here to do, pick up heroes and things. What I think I'm going to do, though, is I think the best thing for me to do right now, actually, is to go pick up the other heroes, because those quests are pretty straightforward. Now, a couple of things as reminders. I have dropped all of the exclamation mark run restrictions from this character at this point because he's finished with his time in the like that part of the slow playthrough. That giant red thing was because I failed to get this thing captured immediately. But we're still working with his limited pool of skills. I've got shields of regen and stuff and whatnot. So we're still operating under the same sort of like paradigm this way. So what I'm planning on doing here is I think I'm going to go ahead and pick up the remaining heroes because I want to level them as I do some of this other stuff. So let's just go back to Kamadan. Jewel of Istan. I'll have to see if I made space for any of these things. Oh goodness, this absolutely tanks the FPS. Hey Fear, thank you very much for the subscription. Ooh, 5 months now. Well, thank you very, very much. Welcome back. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, I think I'm going to start by collecting the heroes. So there's a bunch of quests that I got at the end of like the victory area after beating Abaddon. So I can get the other heroes now. I am doing reasonably well. I haven't been sleeping super... Like, I've been waking up too early lately. I think it's a little bit of anxiety about something that I want to do that I'm, like, anxious about and procrastinating on. And I'm real concerned about the air quality outside because it is super yellow out there. But otherwise, I personally am doing overall pretty well. Okay, so Sasuke in the Throne of Secrets said, "You're the one I've been searching for. I'm glad I found you. General Hayao wanted news of your travels to carry back to Cantha. I volunteered for the job. I know you've been through a lot, but I think I can help you in the future. While you're making your report, do you mind asking General Hayao if I can join your service? I know he'd let me if you asked personally." Alrighty. Well, Field General Hayao, I have some news. Sasuke, he is a fine elementalist, and a better friend. I'm certain he will make a good companion. Just be sure to tell him where to point those fireballs. He can get a little overexcited. Good luck. Thank you. Acolyte Sasuke's relentless curiosity, amused outlook on life, and quirky sense of humor are rare in his Istan. He's fond of offering advice, commentary, and wisecracks on every situation. But he can back up every word with a flamboyant, explosive fighting style, whatever the heck that's supposed to mean. Okay, so that gets us access to a new dude. So let's go ahead and add... Now, he's a factions... At least I associate the Istan with factions, with Cantha. So, factions elementalist. Let's add some skills for him. Elemental attunement. So let's see. Elemental attunement I already had. We got Tonight's Prison, Arc Lightning, Shock Arrow is a big pickup. A couple of other things. Fire attunement is incredibly important. Lava Arrows, Icy Prism, Breath of Fire, Turning Earth, Unsteady Ground, Deep Freeze, that's a good pickup. We're going to be getting a bunch of these in like quick succession here. So that's gotten him picked up. Let's go Margrid next, I guess. That should be Nundu Bay, yeah. Hey, Clean Star, good to see ya. How you doing? I'm currently collecting heroes. Okay, Shifty Lem. Margaret's leaving? What are we supposed to do? Ah, well, that's the way of it, I suppose. Captain, fair weather, empty bunkin' foul. I suppose this presents someone around here with an opportunity to fill the void. Yeah, I wish you my best, stranger. Got some things to take care of. I have a feeling Shifty Lem's going to try to take Margaret's position. A native of Freeman's Cove, Margrid is a Corsair, descended from a long line of Corsairs. She rolls with the punches, profits from her experience, and most importantly, enjoys her work. And brings me some more skills. Okay, Nightfall. I need Nightfall Ranger. Got a booster. Got some more skills. I already had a bunch from Acolyte Jin, but this gets me Mage Bane shot, Concussion shot, Screaming shot, Barbed arrows, Read the Wind. Ooh, Expert's Dexterity and Antidote Signet are both very useful pickups. Okay. Let's see. Next. Norgu. Okay. Let's get some of these not max level dudes in here. And then head up to Honor Hill. I'll get some experience points from this. I should have added Sasuke before doing stuff with Margrid, but I'll give them bars later. Hello, Corvus. You're here to sign the contract for Norgu's play? Excellent. I'm looking forward to seeing Norgu's Nightfall. I just hope it's not another play about food. Norgu is a classically trained actor and the de facto leader of the Listen Fools acting troupe. Norgu is a boisterous glad-hander who never met a buffet table he didn't like. Okay. And that means it's time to add a Nightfall Mesmer. Add one. And that's a bunch of skills. I'll scroll down here. Power Drain. Ooh, Mantra of Earth is actually quite useful in Nightfall. Ease. Hexator Vortex. Signet of Illusions. Good stuff. Standard sword, please. Okay. So then, Corvus here has another quest for us, right? Well played, friends. Well played. I'm a member of Norgu's acting troupe, the infamous Listen Fools. Norgu has recently completed his magnum opus, Norgu's Nightfall, roughly based on your adventures with him. He's called the troupe together to perform it for Academy consideration. If we win this award, we shall be the most celebrated entertainers in Vabi, nay, the entire world. It would mean a great deal to us, and especially Norgu, if you, the original cast and crew, could attend the performance at the Grand Forum of Vab. This is a quest that you get. So both Goran and Norgu have some additional quests. And this is one with Norgu. I'm going to go ahead and add Goran to my party because Shinlight Agent here, Momo here, has a Goran quest. You need to give this sparkling rock back to your large friend. There have been complaints. The Shunlai Guild cannot and will not hold such a powerful and potentially lethal object. Furthermore, your friend is banned for eternity from any of the services of the Shunlai Guild or its associates. Please, take the sparkling rock back for him. You will have to hide it somewhere else. Is that the sound of Freedom Rock? Turn it up. It's just a rock. Roll it down the hill. So apparently the sparkling rock is an incredibly powerful object. So Goran's stuff part 2. Take Goran and his sparkling rock to the hidden city of Adashim to hide the rock. Well then, that sounds like an adventure. I did have fallback when fighting Abaddon. Yeah, I was reflecting some because a viewer commented on the VOD for the previous episode about how things were really difficult on the assassin, on Gerudo. And I think part of the reason why is, like, there's nothing to fear, obviously, is really good damage mitigation. But Cautery Signet getting rid of all the days on everybody and fallback making it easier to kind of retreat back from things was extremely helpful. Let's see. So I've got those 2 quests to do. Norgu's Nightfall and Goran stuff part 2. Okay, so that's the other standard Nightfall heroes picked up. So let's go ahead and give them some skill bars, shall we? Don't mind that Yushinlai is holding things as powerful as, you don't know, Shiro's blades. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what this sparkling rock is supposed to be, but... apparently it's some powerful something. Some sort of powerful something. Right. How do I want to proceed? I also need to would like to finish filling out this book. Okay, well, I'll think about that later. Let's start by pulling this up and looking at what I can give my friend Norgu here. So if I went more of a domination magic route, I often feel like illusion magic makes sense for him thematically, but let's see. I have empathy. Empathy is really good. I do have visions of regret as well. Shatter Hex. I like Power Drain and... it's interesting. You need 13 strength to effectively use it. Well, I mean, Shido's blades require 13 dagger mastery. That's what you're referring to. But yeah. Yeah, which requires 13 swordsmanship, I think. The 13 strength requirement is the insignia that gives you plus 20 armor against elemental damage. If that's what you were thinking about. Okay. And then... I actually kind of feel like diversions may be underrated. I might drop on diversion. And Wastrel's Demise, maybe. What do I have for resurrection skills? I have a bajillion copies of Resurrect. Yeah, Sentinels, that sounds about right. Because then there's Dreadnoughts, which is plus 10 armor, but doesn't have any specific requirement against elemental damage. I have 2 Death Pact Signets. I could slot one in here as well. Yeah, let's just do... you know what? Let's just give him... Do I have... No. I have Resurrect and not... What I was hoping for was Vengeance. Vengeance would be an okay skill to put on here. I'll just slot on Resurrect. Resurrect's not good, but... I think I want to hang on to the signets for other characters. Okay. And you going multiple attributes is just a terrible plan. I do want to rune these guys up at some point as well. What attunements do I even have? I have air and fire. Well, I typically make Sasuke fire, so let's just give him some fire magic. Yeah, I could Searing Flames, or I could Dual Attune. Well, let's just Dual Attune. Dual Attuning is good. Granted, it's better with Rod Invocation, but... Ooh, Breath of Fire. That's a nice pickup. Fireball, Flare... Flare's alright. Immolate, Meteor... Smoldering Embers. This will be sufficient for the time being. It's so yellow outside, everyone. It's just so yellow. Okay. And then Margrid. Sly. Some sort of ranger build. I probably don't have Expert's Focus. I do have Distracting Shot, which is always a good option. Let's see. And Savage. kind of like... Let's see. Crossfire. Give her Crossfire, and let's give her Mage Banes. I don't think I want to have Wilderness Survival, though. Just going to focus this direction for the moment. And I do have an Antidote Signet. Ritualist. Give her Death Pact. There's Mage Banes. Just give her a bunch of interrupts. That's what I'm feeling right now. I have RTW. Pretty sure I at least got it. Yeah, there's Read the Winds. Good old Read the Wind. I could give her Arcing Shot. Arcing Shot's not terrible. Or Power Shot is just kind of some raw damage. I do have a copy of Sundering Attack. That one's also pretty reasonable. What I'd actually like here, I think, might be like... There's just something... Actually, let's give her Pin Down. I like having Crippled, so I'm just going to slot that on and call that good. It's possible she might need more energy. If that's the case, I could always swap out Mage Bane for Prepared, but I'm going to roll with this for the moment. Body Shot would be nice, but I think that's an Eye of the North skill. So it's just going to chill for now. Okay, I get a couple more heroes in my party. And I kind of want to go with these ones. I'll look at the monks in a second. Master of Whispers, what are you up to? This is one of those spots where I really wish I had Dipper Blood Ritual. And not having either kind of annoys me. You're very condition heavy. The cracked armor... Okay, let's drop Rotting Flesh. Yeah, I'm okay with this. I kind of want to go... Hang on. Weakened Armor, Enfeebling Blood. I don't want to go Lingering Curse and Suffering. Where's Suffering? There it is. And then Rip Enchantment. I think I'll go with this configuration. For the moment. Putrid Explosion to get some additional damage in there. Okay, Dunkoro. I do have 2 copies of Glyph of Lesser. No, I have 3 now. Well, well, well. That works quite nicely. Okay, so she's like Remove Hex, Glimmer, Heal Party. I don't really want Reversal of Fortune here. Do I have Shielding Hands? I do. I'll slot on a copy of Shielding Hands, I think. I have 3 Remove Hexes. Okay, good. I don't necessarily like Divine Intervention. I'll roll with Divine Intervention for now. I'll be picking up more skills later, so... I may be able to substitute this out before long. That'll be nice. Yeah, I should be able to roll with something like this. They're pretty divergent in what they're doing, so I'm not worried about them overlapping. I have 3 Sig of Devos, so it should be fine. And Goran's doing some sort of Song of Restoration, Lyric of Zeal build, which I'm cool with. Let's see. I probably actually have Signets of Return. Yeah, I think I want to roll Signet of Return here instead of... I prefer hard reses where I can get them. Okay, so just a quick scan through. I'm using 1 Death Pact Signet and I have 2. So I'm going to go ahead and change Norgu over to Death Pact Signets. Because I do think Death Pact Signet is a better resurrection skill than Resurrect by a large margin. Alright, that's the heroes set up for the moment. We'll be getting more soon, but I kind of want to roll... Like, I kind of want to have a team for doing some of this stuff. Let's go... You know what? Let's just go to Kryta first, maybe? I don't know. I probably spent a bunch of time setting up heroes, and I'm going to be, like, doing other stuff. It's going to be a whole thing. Okay, Okay, Menlo. Greetings, Imrahil Argentum. Hi, as they say here in Istan. We heroes have come from afar to answer the call for aid the Sunsphere sent out to the world. Though Tyria and Cantha have their own problems, we will not turn a blind eye to the evil that threaten to swallow our neighbors here in Ilona. That should either be the evils that threaten to swallow or the evil that threatens to swallow, but never mind. What is that? Something agreement? I don't know why some of these people aren't aggressive. I don't want them unaggressive. Let's just start with Terror in Tyria. Do I want to start there? Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Okay. I have much to tell you about the situation in the distant kingdom of Ascalon, my home. Ascalon, in the lands of Tyria, was once a thriving kingdom, until the day the armies of the Char attacked. On that horrible day, they invoked a fearsome magic that destroyed Ascalon City and left most of the kingdom in ruins, an event we called the Searing. While some people remained in Ascalon with King Adalbern to defend the kingdom against the Char, many more joined his son, Prince Rurik. Tell me about the situation in Tyria. Rurik left our homeland and crossed the treacherous Shiver Peak Mountains, home of the dwarves, to reach the lands of Kryta. Although he did not survive the journey, Rurik's courage and sacrifice enabled our people to find a new home near Lion's Arch. However, a new danger has arisen that now threatens all of Kryta, including the Ascalon refugees. Soon, I shall return home to answer the call and deal with that threat. Once you have completed your tasks here in Ilona and are ready to help me and the people of Tyria, let me know. Well, I wish to travel to Tyria. If you have completed your business here in Ilona and are prepared to travel to Tyria, I have a ship prepared to carry us there immediately. Are you ready to travel to Tyria? Yes. Here's a cutscene here. Kryta, the city of Lion's Arch, 1582 CC. Of the great kingdoms of old, Ascalon has been all but destroyed by the invading Char army. Oh wow. The Shiver Peaks, home of the Deldrimmer dwarves, are torn by civil war. No outsiders may trespass there. It's about time to drink water. The lands of Or lie at the bottom of the ocean, destroyed in a cataclysmic explosion. Notice the Canthan music and the Canthan dating. Only Kryta remains, the last hope for the great kingdoms of Tyria, and its new home to the refugees of Ascalon. And now, evil turns its eyes to Kryta. An army of undead threatens to bring destruction to the last of Tyria's great kingdoms. The people of Kryta and the refugees of Ascalon turn in search of heroes who can bring peace to Tyria. But who shall answer the call? So they literally just copy-pasted the factions cutscene. Like, that was the factions cutscene introducing you to this world region. It even used the Canthan calendar dating on it. That is not what I was expecting. I'm sure you all say the same thing. Let's see. It's a good thing Menlo is back here in Tyria, where I can keep an eye on him. We lost many of our closest friends in Ascalon during the war with the Char, and even more when we helped the refugees cross over the Shiver Peaks to settle in North Kryta province. After everything we've been through, I'm not about to let some rotting corpses screw everything up. I'm glad you made it, Imrahil Argentum. It seems we have arrived just in time. My people from Ascalon have been given refuge here in Kryta, and as such, we are all cleared to enter the city of Lion's Arch. We've managed to convince Leonguard Nero to allow you access as well. It was easy when we explained how you've come to help us fight the threat of the undead in Kryta. When you're ready to enter the city, let Leonguard Nero know. I don't remember if this is the same dialogue that they had when we arrived from factions or not. I feel like it might be, though. The searing still haunts my nightmares, torturing my slumber with memories of the day the sky rained fire and our homeland of Ascalon was left in ruins. Prince Rurik defied his father, King Adalburn, and led the refugees from our land across the Shiver Peak Mountains, home of the Deldrimmer dwarves. They really, really want you to know that the dwarves live in the Shiver Peak Mountains, don't they? And though Prince Rurik died during the trek, his sacrifice let the rest of us reach Kryta in safety. First Watch Sergio of the Lion Guard and the heads of the White Mantle, that religious group who believe in a new pantheon of unseen gods, allowed us to settle north of the city. Though we left to deal with matters in other lands, I feel at home with Tyrian soil once more under my feet. I feel the feats I accomplish here are those I was truly destined to perform. Though our homeland lies in shambles, and my people face potential defeat at every turn, we have a will stronger than iron. The Ascalons will not break. Not now, not ever again. My father used to cross the Shiver Peaks often when he served in the vanguard for the King of Ascalon. Those days are long past, though my memories of him have never faded. As Prince Rurik led the refugees from Ascalon across the mountains, I felt for the first time I was walking in the footsteps of my father. I hope he is watching me from the mists, and is proud of what I have become. And if he isn't, he will be soon enough, for I will crush these undead beneath my hammer, and each of them, so destroyed, shall bring further the glory of our family. Greetings, Imrahil Argentum. I am Acolyte Hyton of the Zeishan Order. For 200 years, we have been the sworn defenders of the blah blah blah. Yeah, I've seen this a bajillion times already now. And I think this is the same thing. Yeah. Okay, Lion Guard Nero. Yes, Imrahil Argentum, you have been approved for entrance to the city and the lands of Kryta, thanks in no small part to the kind words of Brother Menlo and his friends. Make sure to talk to our commander, First Watch Sergio in Lion's Arch. He'll help you finalize the details of your arrival in our lands. That is the same dialogue he has when you are coming here from Cantha, unsurprising. Greetings, Imrahil Argentum. Menlo told me of your arrival. I'm happy to see you have made it safely to Kryta. Our lands are in dire need of heroes willing to face these undead hordes. If you're half as good as Menlo claims, your efforts will be most welcome indeed. In addition to the undead threat, I should apprise you of another situation. Tell me more about this new situation in Kryta. For as long as Lion's Arch has existed, it has been the duty of the Lion Guard to defend the city and the people of Kryta. Recently, a new group, a religious cult known as the White Mantle, has gained power in our lands. Some say too much power. Worse, the royal family has gone missing, and the White Mantle has assumed leadership over Kryta. As of now, the Lion Guard still controls the city, but the countryside beyond Lion's Arch is now held and protected by the White Mantle. Tell me more about the White Mantle. So far, they seem to be doing a good job of protecting the countryside, but I've learned to be wary of those who seek to change old ways, and these White Mantle claim to have discovered a whole new pantheon of unseen gods. What could be a bigger change than new gods? I suggest you work with them to try and stop this undead threat, but keep one eye on them at the same time. They seem a little too good to be true, if you take my meaning. So yeah, that's basically like a copy and paste of the faction's welcome to Tyria. I'm not entirely surprised by that, but I'm a little surprised that they didn't do a little bit more to differentiate it. I am going to go pick up an empty copy of the Flame Secret Prophecies. What was Armin? Right, okay, he has the primary quest. I'm going to ignore that for the moment. I was told to check in with First watch Sergio. Why does he have a... Wait. But I was told to go talk to... Okay, so this quest is telling me to meet Lion Guard Figo and Lion's Arch. I'm very, very confused at the moment. I'm going to go check out Sergio in a moment, but I want to see if... Is it just like... Oh, Terror and Tyria wants me to inform First Watch Sergio, Captain of the Lion Guard, that I've arrived in Lion's Arch. That makes sense. Okay, okay. And then Figo is for Olias. I got myself confused because of those two things. Okay, let's go talk to First Watch Sergio. Welcome to Lion's Arch. I am First Watch Sergio, commander of the Lion Guard. I believe you have arrived just in time. The massive undead siege continues unabated. The White Mantle claim they can protect the people, but honestly, I fear they will protect only their own interests. A hero like you could do much to help the simple folk of our lands from the threat of the undead. In return for your efforts, I will grant you full traveling privileges within the city and beyond. I don't know why I stumbled over that one so much. He has the villainy of Galrath. I'm interested in what skills he can teach me, though. Like Chaos Storm. What's my gold supply? 15 plat? Inspired... I don't know about channeling. Waciel's Worry is really good here in Tyria and a few other places. I don't know about Shattered Illusions on this character. Distortion is... I can pick up Distortion and Ethereal Burden. Pathetic Visage could be fun. Inspired Enchantment could be alright. Okay. I'm gonna hold off on buying too many skills here. Like, I don't see the point in channeling on this character. Can you teach me any skills? I want Aegis, Guardian, these, Prot Spirit, Shielding Hands, and Purge Signet might actually be useful. I might want some Smiting Prayers as well, and Vigorous Spirit seems good. Okay, I'm going to want to pick up more skills, so I'm just going to grab 45 Platinum. I want to make sure I'm saving some for elsewhere as well, though. Okay. There's not a whole lot that I want here. I do like myself Restore Life, but I have my own resurrection skills. I'm going to grab Heal Party. I'm going to grab Smite Hex and Holy Wrath. And Balthazar's Aura, I think. Light of Dwayne is terrible compared to We Shall Return. And maybe some Necromancer stuff. Blood Ritual is good to pick up. Order of Pain might be usable. Definitely Barb's Enfeebling Blood. Mark of Pain. Cracked Armor. Plague Sending. I'll grab Putrid Explosion. I could see using that. It's possible I would want Verada's Aura. Okay. There's probably some ranger things that would make some sense, but I'm not going to worry about that. I guess for now, I'm going to stick with Necromancer. I do want to pick up myself and Olias. What's going on with your hammer, Goran? It is not, is decidedly not maxed. But I think I have some. Yeah, I could grab like this. You know what? Let's just go ahead and give Goran this particular hammer. Or this one for now. I feel like it's probably an improvement. Also, I cleared up some space so I can put some of these random consumables in. There. There, all that wood can go in there. I'm gonna leave the iron supply. Hey, you know what? No, I'll just dump a bunch of that in there. Cool beans. Let's talk to Line Guard. Here you go. Yeah, I need to get some new gear for some of these dudes. Let's talk to Line Guard Figo. I need to keep an eye on the boats and make sure nobody tries to smuggle any illegal materials into Cantha. You wouldn't believe what people try. One necromancer even tried to import animated remains of his wife. You're one of Cormyr's sun spears. Great. When she passed through here, Cormyr spoke highly of the necromancer Olias. If you're here to help him, you might want to hurry. His former comrades from the White Mantle recently kidnapped some more townsfolk they said had been chosen. The bloody fool ran after them, raving something about meting out justice. Do you wish to pursue them? I do. But I also... Well, I could actually use Lightbringer's Gaze here. Maybe I will. Probably don't need Never Surrender. I was thinking I'd bring Blood Ritual. I still can, technically. I also don't want to worry about thinking about it. We'll roll like this for the moment. I do wish to pursue them. Yes. Your entire party will leave this outpost and be taken to the depths of the Maguma jungle, where you'll help Olias search for the Chosen. Are you sure your party is ready to assist Olias? Yes. Yes, I am. Hello, Olias. Ponder life is to ponder death. One cannot exist without the other. More sun spears come to Tyria? How interesting. Perhaps even ordained. You don't appear as strong as Cormyr, but Cantha tells me you'll be adequate to help me save the kidnapped townspeople from the White Mantle. And if not, you'll provide raw material for my army of minions. I think these things should go down relatively easily. We saw these quests already on... Oh yeah, I need to add... Okay, after this fight calms down, I need to add skills for arriving in prophecies. But I did these already on Gerudo. Interesting that Wastrel's demise is the opposite of Wastrel's worry in terms of usefulness. Okay. Yeah, I arrived at Prophecies. This is a new world region, and I totally needed to add a Prophecies general pack. That adds a bunch of stuff to my list, including Fevered Dreams, which is exciting. And Spiteful Spirit. Ooh, that's a huge upgrade. Okay, so let's see. Stuff that I got. Griffin's Sweep, Inspired Enchantment, Animate Bone Horror, Lightning Javelin, Ethereal Burden, Dismember, Lava Font, Obsidian Flame. That really helps Earth do a lot more work. Well of Suffering, Ignite Arrows, Symbol of Wrath is not terribly exciting. Incendiary Bonds is good, though. Phoenix is nice. To the limit. Ooh, Predator's Pounce is good if I'm using a pet. Enter Frost, Contemplation of Purity. Plague Signet's an interesting one. Brood Swing's actually a really good pickup for Gorin. Might want to swap him to that. Melander's Resilience is useful in some areas. Mark of Pain is solid. Power Block. 100 Blades is good. Spiteful Spirit is really fantastic. Ward Against Harm. That's a fun one. Those Aura of the Lich. Standard sort. Make sure I save my league, eh? I'm getting a bunch of stuff here. I do kind of think that I need to make my way to Sanctum K as well. That's not too bad to do. Did Norgu gain a level in there? Yeah, he was already at level 18. For some reason I wasn't sure. Alright, well, down to the jungle trolls. Remember, there's nothing to fear. So we're going to collect Olias here. And then, since I'm already in this party, I might just make my way down to Sanctum K. And try to do that one relatively quickly. The reason why I want to go down to Sanctum K is if I do that, I can get to the Arid Sea, which gets me to the Crystal Overlook. And allows me to do a quest there. But I otherwise wouldn't be able to. By the way, these guys are not demonic servants of Abaddon. Just thought everyone would want to know. You'd think Norgu's energy would be better, given he has a couple of energy management skills, but it is really not. Not enough spells to interrupt with Power Drain is the real reason why, though. Sasuke. Yeah. Want to get his energy storage up. Olias, are you using animate bone minions? What is this that slithers behind our backs? Why, if it isn't the traitor Olias, has your god sent you here to escort these blasphemers to the underworld? Still your tongue, Urlai, lest the rot consume it. The hand of Grenth is a patient one, for he knows all will eventually come before him. Those people will be judged, but not now, and not by you. At this moment, Grenth has his eyes upon you. You always were a fool, Olias, self-righteous to the end. Very well, come, show me your justice, and I'll prove that beliefs are broken as easily as the men who hold them. Urlai the inimical? I am unfamiliar with this word. Your time has come, Urlai. Will you walk towards Grenth's embrace, or turn your back and be struck down as a coward? Look, surely this is a sign that our gods have not abandoned us. They come now, in my time of need. You're not... No! What manner of abomination are these? These are not servants of Grenth. No, these are torment creatures, servants of Abaddon. There's the old lightning reflexes. Not bad at all, Sunspear. You're made of sterner material than mere bone and flesh. Perhaps you, too, have been touched by the hand of Grenth. These demons worry me. However, they are alien even to Grenth, and that does not bode well. It appears the land of Ilona is in need of Grenth's justice. Though it would appear indeed. Got some random Crichtons hanging out. Chilling. Okay, so I need to go to Clerk Arlon in Kamadan. So let's go do that. I think. How do I want to roll this? Yeah, let's just go do that. Yes. And then we will go to Cantha and Chasing Zenmai. Actually, while I'm here, I might look at a few more skills. What am I doing on skill points? 32. I want to reserve at least a few for when I get to factions. It's one of the things that's really tricky. Oh yeah, I've got a bunch of Paragon skills to pick up as well. Area of Restoration. Yeah, I should have that. Let's see, Shield of Absorption. Grab that one as well. Probably want Song of Concentration eventually. Let's grab Wearying Spear. I might try pairing it with some other stuff. I'm just scanning for anything that like stands out to me as a, yes, this would be a great skill to be picking up. But I'm trying to be a little bit... I'm going to grab these wells. Maybe not that one. That is not where I changed my secondary. Mistrust is a solid skill, but... Mirror Disenchantment is really good. I do get to look at Ritualist stuff here. Let's grab Gaze of Fury. That can be useful. Not attacking that foe's interrupted. Sure. I'm not going to grab Death Pact Signet because I don't see it as being immediately that useful. There's not a whole lot that I necessarily want in Dervish, but I like Attacker's Insight, Duena's Touch. I have 18 skill points left. Mystic Healing. Highest Renewal. I think Harrier's Grasp. Attacks against moving foes, also cripple those foes. Yeah, I'm going to grab this one as well. Natural Healing is also a nice backup to have, so I'll grab those ones and then save the rest for when I get to Cantha. I do want to capture... Okay, let's... A couple of different things going on here in my brain right now. I'm going to go pick up Olias. And then add some Prophecy's Necromancer skills. Looks like your Necromancer friend's paperwork is all in order. He now has a temporary Sunspear visa that should last throughout his stay in Ilona. Just tell him to keep his minions away from me. Dreadful things. Olias was a member of the White Mantle. However, an encounter at the Temple of the Ages convinced Olias he has a special mission as Grunt's Hand of Judgment. Those who perish and are returned to life are expected to live their lives well, lest Olias return them to Grunt's cold embrace. Okay, and that is our Necromancer. So let's add a Prophecy's Necromancer. Interesting. I got Soul Leech. And a few other things. Renew Life. Plague Sending. Insidious Parasite. Soul Leech. But no blood ritual, or blood is power, which is, again, a severe limitation going on here. Standard sort. Okay, let's go capture a skill. I guess Nundu Bay is the best place to leave for this. Let's grab Olias and get him some sort of bar. My monks. And I had Gorin. Doesn't really matter. Let's just slot Gorin back in because I know he had a bar. Okay, Olias. I guess I need this back, don't I? Yeah, whenever they cast a spell. How do I want to roll with Olias? I guess I can do kind of a split like this. And give him... you know what? Yeah, I'm fine with sticking to Resurrection Signet here. Let's see. Do I have Strip Enchantment? I do. Let's drop his minions. This is fine, I guess. I want Blood of the Aggressor. I'm gonna go ahead and use Soul Leech here. And how many copies of Putrid do I have? Oh, I have plenty enough for one here and another elsewhere. Yeah, let's give him Animate Bone Horror. It won't be very good, but it'll be fine. Let's roll something like this for now. I'm going to worry about runes and stuff once I've gotten these characters up higher levels, and I'm not worried about their HP as much. There we go. I guess I'll roll something like this for now with him. Lyric of Zeal actually is going to help the monks on their energy quite a bit. And hopefully Norgu will be able to do a few things too. So I want to go capture Grunt's Grasp. Because I really like that skill quite a lot. Yeah, that guy won't give me the time of day. This character is freaking Castellan, so... And a Mighty Lightbringer. So the Grunt's Grasp boss is just over this way, and I want to go pick that up before I continue. And we will head over to Cantha. There's Booball Ice Hands. Could drop me his thing. I wouldn't mind it. Boy, I do not have good damage on this character. There's Grunt's Grasp. We'll go ahead and fight the remaining things here, just for experience points mostly. Okay, why do you want me to go? Oh, that's why. Okay, I want to go to the Consulate Docks. Alright. So I'll pick that up. And let's just put Spear of Lightning in, I guess. Actually, no, Vicious. Where's Vicious? Vicious attack. Woo, boy. Once you can start buying skills, it's really easy to eat up those very, very quickly. Okay, let's go to Cantha. Plague in Cantha. Speak to Menlo at the Consulate Docks to learn about what is occurring in Cantha. Greetings, Imrahil Argentum, etc. Oh, you can just travel to Tyria from here as well. Plague in Cantha. Imrahil Argentum, I'm glad Funwa found you. I have just received a dire letter from my old teacher in Cantha, Master Togo of Xingje Monastery. Perhaps you've heard of him. It seems a violent and horrific plague has spread like wildfire through the streets and threatens to destroy all of Kaining City. not plague and wildfires. He has asked me to organize a group of skilled heroes and take them to Cantha, where we can fight this evil at its source. I will be traveling to Kaining City shortly. If you are up to the task, I would like you to come with me to help save the Dragon Empire from this horrible plague. Well, I do wish to travel to Cantha. If you have completed your business here in Ilona and are ready to travel to Cantha, I have a ship prepared to carry us there immediately. Are you ready to travel to Cantha? Yes. Nothing like Bajunkin Pier.
Ah, Brother Menlo. It's good to see a familiar face.
Yes. I remember my first trip to Cantha. It can be quite disorienting.
This isn't your first time here?
Oh no. As a boy, I studied with Master Togo of Xingzhe Monastery, which is just off the west coast of Cantha. That's why I've returned. Master Togo ran into some trouble and sent for my help. Much has changed since I was last here, but it is good to be back.
Was that a new cutscene, or was that repurposing the one that was used to get you from Tyria here? I legitimately don't remember. Okay. Hello, Dockhand Wang Nai. Welcome to Cantha, Imrahil Argentum. We are in dire need of heroes. A terrible plague has spread across the city and threatens to engulf us all in chaos. It is indeed noble of you to come all this way to help our people. And then I'll go ahead and pick up this primary quest now, I guess. I'm not going to... No, you know what? You know what? I'm going to leave it. I'll pick it up later. I'll be very confused, but I'll pick it up later. Because right now, I just wanted to do chasing Zenmai and don't want to worry about how the quests might interact and stuff. Yeah. Because it can be weird sometimes. Oh, should I bring a... I'll be going to the Undercity, and it's possible to capture blood as power there. This is way easier to do in Ilona anyway. I'm not going to worry about it. Have I ever been to Alabama? Hello, welcome, Molecular Mushroom. The answer to that question is I don't think so, no. My family did travel, do extensive road trips, but I grew up in Indiana, and we typically traveled west because my dad, in particular, had a fondness for off-roading in the, Colorado Moab area. So, I haven't really been to, the south or the southeast. Hello, Imperial Guardsman Linro. May the blessings of the Emperor be upon you, friend. My duty is to inspect the goods sold in the Kaining Center Market. I must watch for both illegal and counterfeit goods. The Emperor is quite serious about making sure those who shop here are not swindled, hoodwinked, or otherwise taken advantage of. Well, I'm looking for a Zenmai. You're one of Cormier's Sunspears, aren't you? She mentioned some of you might come to Cantha. She wanted me to watch for any potential recruits for your cause. An assassin by the name of Zenmai recently got off the boat. Rumor has it she spent some time soul-searching at Xingzhe Monastery. You should be able to catch up to her in Bukdek Byway, but be warned, she's not exactly a warm person. Well then. I want to go talk to, Oh, this guy's also almost at 750,000 experience. Interesting. The U.S. is a lot larger, yeah. It's very easy to underestimate just how large the United States is. I've been to I've probably been to more states than I have not been to. Probably, maybe, I don't know. That's hard to say for sure. I've been to a lot of the western, or like the states west of the Mississippi. I haven't really been east as much. So there's a bunch of like smaller states. Like here's one of the other things too. If you look at the United States, you'll notice on the East Coast, the states are generally smaller. Like New York's fairly big, but like Delaware and Rhode Island and stuff, Connecticut, Vermont, Maine, those are all somewhat smaller. As you go west, they kind of get bigger. So obviously there's Texas, but then there's like even Colorado, Wyoming, Utah. Those are, I think, generally bigger than some of the eastern states just because of the way everything got divided up at the different times in which various places have been acquired. So like I've been to Florida for like Disney World, but yeah, I mean New York's a fairly good sized state, but yeah, New York City is also not the capital of New York. What is it? I don't remember offhand. There's 50 states, so it's hard to kind of remember them all. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of different stuff going on in different states and stuff. Yeah, Albany is what I was thinking. Albany is what my gut was, but I'm like, I'm not sure if that's right or if I'm just... Well, and then you have Washington State, where the capital is not Seattle, it's Olympia, and California, where the capital is Sacramento, not San Francisco or Los Angeles or San Diego or something. That happens a lot, where, like, there's some places that make sense. Like, Indianapolis is the capital of Indiana, and arguably one of the bigger cities there, but, like, Illinois' capital is, like, Springfield, not Chicago. As for why that's the case, I couldn't tell you. Hunter weapon is good. You know what? I'll take a Shadow Song. I really want some of these skills, though. And Spirit Transfer. Okay, that's probably enough ritual skills for now. I might want more later. Yeah. Well, like, keep in mind, some of those were, like, set as the places at a different point in time as well. Yeah, because I'll always have... And it just seems like a better skill. Thinking out loud a little bit here, but... This... And this. Whoop. Yeah. It says 10 messages. Why did it just delete a bunch of stuff? It says calm the spam. Maybe I need to tweak those settings. I'm not sure. Let's see. You said you really want to visit the U.S. The only thing that worries you is all the weather stuff. Like hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes. I don't know what else you said. That's what it triggered off of. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what made Mubot go off like that. Let's see, I'm trying to look through. Whoa. There we go. Where you live, there's zero weather stuff like tornadoes, hurricanes, etc. And even earthquakes are like 3 on the scale at best and rare. Yeah, like, I will say that in my experience, severe weather stuff is not that common. Like, it definitely happens. Oh, well, there goes my skill points. I guess I'm not getting any Mesmer things here. Which is a shame, because I would like some signets. But I'll get more skill points later. Okay, let's go chase Zenmai for the moment. So I live in the Pacific Northwest, and I have felt for like the past 14 years, I have felt exactly one earthquake in that time, and it was pretty minor and mostly just super surreal. So I feel fairly confident in saying, like, that sort of stuff isn't that common over here. Like I said, I grew up in Indiana, and the entire time I was there, like, I heard some about tornadoes. There's a couple of, like, oh, could a tornado be happening? But I never really experienced a tornado. I definitely will admit that I do have concern about... Oh, yeah, I need to pick up Mox. You are the one. Mox may be smaller than the average golem, but he more than makes up for it with superior technology developed by a certain inventor, Zin. Let's go ahead and add skills for Mox. I forgot about Mox. Hero Mox. Add a booster. Anything new? Reaper Sweep. Few new things. I don't have to worry about resurrection sickness, so that's nice. Also, I just got 2 factions, so let's get a factions booster. We're getting to Kinding Center. Factions General. Add 1. Cool, that was mostly a few ritualist skills and other random assorted things. Assassin stuff. Dash is nice to pick up. Jamie's Gaze is a reasonable pickup. Power Return is really nice, actually. I also really like None Shall Pass. So yeah, I'd absolutely understand... Ooh, Epidemic's a really good pickup. The, and Splinter Weapon is really good as well. The concern and fear over weather. But I haven't really experienced any, like... anything that I consider super extreme weather. Like, I've experienced thunderstorms. Those are pretty normal, but those aren't a huge thing. Yeah, it's a fun skill. None Shall Pass is just a fun skill. And I've not been in an area where there can be hurricanes. Part of it, too, is there's, like, certain seasons for things. So if you just kind of visit the U.S. outside of those seasons, it's not going to be a problem. Generally speaking. And I can't promise nothing would happen, but... I've let my heroes drift. Yeah, that's the thing, is remember the news channels are always going to make it out to be, and you expect mostly coastal and Midwest states have a problem. Yeah, I mean, and, like, tornadoes are not that common. Like, part of the reason why they report on that stuff is because it's a big deal. But it's not like... It's not like it's constantly this severe weather going on. And it's mostly going to be like, oh, it's being reported on because it's a big deal. And that's not ordinary, right? That's not the normal state in which things are. Daggers are girls' best friends. Space, period. Chasing Zenmai. Sun Spears? Sorry, never heard of you. However, it would seem you are of some use in a fight. As Mo Xing, a masterless assassin, I move from employer to employer, like the wind. Unfortunately, my most recent employer was kidnapped by my former comrades, the Ampha, along with several other civilians from Kinding Center. They'll force those poor souls to drink from their corrupted chalice, turning them into mindless, afflicted monsters. I know the location of their hideout in the Undercity. If you can face the danger, I would have you stand at my side. All right. I accidentally hit We Shall Return and burnt up a bunch of energy for nothing. Isn't that great? Spoilers, not really. So I don't know what how your news portrays any of that sort of stuff, but and like if you're inland, even if you're in kind of the southeast where they get the hurricanes and stuff, if you're a bit more inland, it's not going to be as big of a deal. Certainly, though, climate change will affect the frequency of some of that stuff. I think it's better to have the incoming fallback spammer be kind of in the middle of your party. Me trying to use it is causing problems because I have to keep backing up to be able to catch the back part of my team. Yeah, it's functionally just your next attack is a critical hit, which works very well with Vicious here. Can I go down there in a row? No, I think I go this way. Just get everything in a battle a bit more quickly. Stabilize Sasuke some. But there's usually like some sort of weather thing, like hurricanes and stuff during the autumn, sort of September through November sort of time frame in the southeast, so like just don't travel there during those times. Frankly, the time you want to travel to the southeast, like Disney World and stuff, Florida, is like January and February anyway. Which is decidedly not hurricane season, I don't think. I do appreciate that they added a hero in each location to get. Okay, I think I need to wait for Zenmai to get close enough, and she's way back here. Okay, that's close enough. We have favor right now. That's cool. Yeah, definitely having the incoming fallback be on a hero so it's in the middle of the team is preferable to me doing it. Now I know. That's okay. Because I'm going to lead the party so the heroes drag behind a little bit and make them a little bit more responsive to these things. I think I went around this way last time and liked it just as well. I think I might try that again. I want to avoid dealing with some of the junk that's down that way. Come on, Goran, you can do it. Get out of here, Afflicted Assassin. Wow, Margrid, your energy is apparently not very good. Ooh, but you are leveled up a bit. But Norgu, not just yet. These guys are all max level already. I don't know why I'm looking at them. Kind of a there's nothing to see her move along situation, you know? There's a monk over there. Yeah, a handful of minions Olias is making are being quite beneficial, I have to say. Stolen speed, you say? What if I don't want you to be doing that? Alright, clear out these spirits, I suppose. Don't know why I used... There's nothing to fear then. There's not much call for it, but here we are. Oh, Sasuke's been having his enchantment stripped like crazy. His energy's really suffering as a result. I hate it when I accidentally hit We Shall Return instead of the skill I actually meant to use, which is Incoming. There we go. Just really bad for my energy. Oh, those bridges are up in the Skyway. Okay. Sure, I'll take this Plague Idol. Okay, and we got the assassin already. I think that's good. Wow, okay. Let's just give my team a moment to recover from getting absolutely wrecked by traps. This is a spot where having charge would be better than incoming just because it would remove all this crippled. Whatever, they can... Here, I'll just double stack and speed us on our way. Part can be very picky about functioning. If I don't make it out alive, we'll make kitty-eared headbands for the masses. Think of the people. Oh, the Cantha customer. At last, the ceremony could not begin without the most important player. Zenmai, my dear, you've kept me waiting a long time. Too long. But it is an auspicious day that brings us together again. Did you truly think you could escape? Zenmai, have you come to rescue me from these madmen? Only with kidnapping and afflicted. I shall free you from the Ampha, and then free you of the coin you owe me for my last job. Do not mistake that. Dealing with Lael is a bonus. I do that for free. Such bile, such anger. You're as cold as ever, Zenmai. Maybe if you weren't so frigid, you'd move a little faster. You see, you're already too late for that one. To pass the time while waiting. For you, we had some fun, some laughs, and some drinks from the chalice of corruption, just like old times before you left us, remember? The past is a shadow that lurks behind us all, waiting to embrace you like the ground rushing up as you fall. I never forget the past, and today I shall settle its debts. Poet now, are we? You play at many things, Zenmai. First, you run from your past like a mole that cannot face the sun. Now you come before me, playing the part of a hero. Very well, let your blades speak, and we shall all know the truth of your heart. To be afflicted, I don't think I'd like that much. Say, is there a cure? There's some fun dialogue that these guys have during this. Like that time, I made a sweater with no arms. Alright, maybe that wasn't quite as bad. Yeah. Will that make me play Guild Wars 2? So the reason I don't play Guild Wars 2 is because I don't enjoy the core gameplay. So they would have to pretty dramatically change gameplay mechanics to make me interested in playing it again. I just find the, yeah, there's supposed to be like all these pop-ups and they don't pop up very reliably, so you're just kind of left wandering around hoping they'll eventually stand up. So it's like, I'm certainly curious about what they've done. I'm curious about what they've done with the story and the world and everything in Path of Fire stuff too, and the living story. But I feel like I can just be patient and wait for Wooden Potatoes to get to that stuff in his Let's Play series, because frankly, I just don't enjoy playing the game. I don't hate it, but it's just boring. I get bored playing it, is the problem. You think you kept on for so many years just because you were mainstreaming it? The costumer says, I can't promise I'll remember your name when my fashions hit the big time, but I'll try not to forget what you have done for me this day. What was your name again? The poet says, such heroism. You will be remembered well in my poetry. And the tourist says, I think it's time I reconsidered my reasons for traveling. It appears the grass was only greener on the other side because it was plague infested. I think Zenmai is... Yeah, here she is. My blades have pierced the Shirokin as surely as they have cut down these creatures, these demons. Through my steel, I could feel the same evil. It can be no coincidence. There is something greater at work here. Come, Sunspear. It would seem my answers lie in Ilona. Besides, I can't collect my pay from a debt afflicted, can I? Perhaps I need a new employer. Return to Clerk Arlon and Kamadan to add Zenmai. Sounds like a plan to me. Yes. And now we can get on with quests over this way. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. Everybody needs stuff. Clerk Arlon. Let me just dot the I on your friend's temporary Sunspear visa, and it will be complete. There. This document will allow her free access to our ports and services. Have a nice day. Thank you. Zenmai was a member of the Amphog gang in Cantha, but she broke with that criminal gang when it embraced the Canthan plague as a gift of the gods. Now she is Mozing, a traveling blade, a masterless assassin, selling her services to the highest bidder. Indeed. There's actually something I want to do back in Cantha really quickly while I'm thinking about it. I was wanting to do that I forgot. And I've been thinking about doing this for absolute ages. But off and on. Is it where? More fire magic. I'm just coming over here to these extremely out of the way Shunlai chests. What did I get here? Saboteurs, Amphog, Cape of Vitae. I think Vitae has some value. You can sometimes get silk from those. I got bolts of cloth, though. 3 iron ingots. So you'll notice here I have an Imperial Dragon's Tear. What I want to do with that is I want to pick up a spear. Okay, these can just be gotten rid of. Bunch of different people here, but Imperial Dragon's Tear. Give me a spear. Specifically, this one. This is a really handy spear. It's a cold damage spear with an enchanted mod, and enchantments last longer, which is perfect for what I want to do with it. So I've been kind of saving that for this character. I guess I can just use the Kamadan. Well, yeah, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter which runesmith I use. Does it? their rune trader I use to check out what I'm doing with this thing. And also there should be a weaponsmith over that way that I'll go get this spear customized with. Saboteurs is an assassin one and not one that I think is worth particularly much. No, Night Stalkers even come way down. Vitae has some good value though. I'm happy to sell that. Plus 10 armor for physical damage and plus 10 versus slashing damage is actually, like, the plus 10 armor against physical base on that is not bad at all. Not bad to have at all. I still wish it was way easier to make weapon mods, or to, like, acquire them. Yeah, I also have the Spirit of the Forgotten. I want to... customize both of these. I do have the gold I just got. Okay. Corbin, you should be able to do some customization. And the Spirit of the Forgotten as well. Happy to customize that. It's already customized. Cool. Right then. Bunch of stuff to merchant. The whole of Istan will be taken care of much later. Let's do Gorn stuff part 2, I guess. Let's just start there. Up here in the hidden city of Adashim. Okay. Olias, Zenmai also needs levels. My monks. Oh. Okay, you know what? Rather than do stuff that requires specific heroes for the moment, although I do need to... I did not add skills for Zenmai, did I? No. Last I did was factions in general. So let's add skills for Zenmai, which is factions assassin. Which got me some skills. Golden Lotus is good. Critical Eye is nice to have. Critical defenses. Beguiling Haze is pretty sweet. Reasonable stuff here. I don't see Death Blossom, so that's going to be interesting. Okay, so I need to get Zenmai sorted with a bar. How am I doing on... Yeah, still just 2 Death Pact signets, which is fine. It's probably all the more this character is going to get, actually. I mean, Death Blossom is great, don't get me wrong, but... So how do I want to set her up? I have Aura of Displacement, some Shadow Prisms, Mark of Insecurity. Enables your non-assassin skills. So what do I even have for... Axe? Mark of Insecurity is Deadly Arts. I'm kind of hesitant to use... to really go outside of Dagger Master and Critical Strikes with as few of attributes as I'm working with on a level 15. I also have Assault Enchantments. Assault Enchantments is... You know what? Sure. Do I have Critical Strikes? I do. I'm probably going to use Critical Strikes. What do I have for offhands? Do I even... Excuse me. Do I even have any offhands? I have Black Lotus. No, I don't really have offhands, do I? It requires lead attack, but does not count as an offhand attack. Manta's Touchwood. Cautery Signet's no attributes. Actually, no, I don't have an attribute store. The Cautery Signet is a no attribute elite. I got a couple here. Shadow Meld, Aura of Displacement, Assault Enchantments. Grunth's Balance. Signet of Removal, technically. Quick Shot, Mage Bane. Echo. You're All Alone, and I think Coward is... Yeah, that's no attribute. I don't know why it says no profession, but it's no attribute. Yeah, those are my options there. I could go a warrior direction with her rather than trying to do dagger stuff. Again, like, the limited attributes is just a real crimp on my style, as it were, I suppose. Okay, so I guess Black Spider is kind of what I've got going here. I've got Black Spider and I've got Critical, and then Assault Enchantments. It's kind of a weird bar, but Critical Eye, Critical Defenses. This is not unreasonable to do. Being able to sort the rolled skills. What do you mean? Like, I have different sorts. I can sort by rarity and rating as well as my standard sort. Yeah, it's technically sorted by attribute within profession. I guess I go /warrior here. Actually, now that I'm looking at it. So I can just slot in Wild Blow and Distracting. And go, like, whatever this mess is. Like, the main thing that I'd do, that would be different than the current sort, because the current sort sorts by attribute. So it's like Axe Mastery, Hammer Mastery, Strength, Swordsmanship, Tactics. But no attributes all get clustered within their profession. So it's Profession Major, Attribute Minor, and then Alphabetical. A raw attribute sort would allow all of the no attribute skills to be jumbled together, which is, I think, what you're talking about, but... Yeah, because then this... What is Wild Blow, anyway? Rating 4, I see. Why I haven't gotten so many. Wild Blow, Assault... Yeah, this is just a weird bar. Like, Norgu has some hexing he does. So does him. And Olias. Oh, what you're talking about is having, like, actual dividers between the attributes. Kind of like how it's presented in game of, like, blood magic and then the stuff under blood magic. And then, like, stuff under death magic. Yeah, it's setting it up so that way it, like, splits them apart by attribute is definitely something that would be useful. I've thought about it some. It's just a much larger programmatic challenge for a couple of reasons. One of them, it's just arranging things, because as it is, it's very easy to determine when I'm mousing over an icon and positioning everything. It's just a lot more straightforward to position everything when it's a giant blob of icons, as it were. But I understand where you're coming from, where having it split by attribute would make it easier to locate stuff. Figure out what's going on. I'll agree with that. You use the list sort in game. Yeah, I understand list. The list display. I prefer by icon because it's significantly more compact. But this has additional, like, cost information, which is very useful. But yeah, I prefer the compactness of small grid. But that's just kind of my own preference. It's potentially possible for me to set up a settings thing to allow for different stuff, but that's something I could potentially look into at some point. Okay, enough of this. Let's go... Yeah, the big thing is the hexes. Like, Zenmai really needs a hex on enemies in order to be able to use her combo here. Maybe Wastrel's Demise is enough to kind of make that work. Maybe Empathy and Solichar. Definitely would work better with Master of Whispers Bar. But I'm not going to worry about that too much right now. Going to the Realm of Torment seems a bit rough right off the bat. Well, I have Norgu in the party. Let's just do Norgu's Nightfall for now. Which requires me to leave from the Kodesh Bazaar. Hopefully that works. I'm also going to pick up Zerai the Learner's quest here. So this is, these dark times bring with them dark dreams. In old tomes of the library, it is said that Abaddon will strike through the minds of his enemies. The more passionate the soul, the easier the target. If Lonnie's dreams are real, then her village is indeed in danger. The only way to know for certain is to travel to the Margrid coast. Perhaps Elder Jonah can shine some light on these dark dreams. You must make the choice, go to Ronjok or Korna in Korna, or help us Vabians with the Garden of Sebraheen. This guy helped the Vabians with the Garden of Sebraheen, but we'll pick up this quest. You can technically do both of them like right off the bat. But I want that for stuff later. Oh, hello. Trying to get some experience on all these heroes. Get them up to level 20. Okay, let's go watch Norgu's Nightfall. There's obviously something that's going to be happening here. They've made enough of a deal about... Or like, this is a quest, so... I'm actually going to hide the monks for the moment, because I'm probably going to need to read some dialogue, so I want to keep that open to make that more feasible. Oh, we have a Varish and an Abaddon, a hero, a Norgu or Cormyr, a narrator. My fellows, I present for your consideration a life's work, my ultimate performance, Norgu's Nightfall. Actually, hide all of these for the moment. Ilona, land of the golden sun, a land of heroes. A story begins in peril, in and danger. A dark god descends, bringing with him the Nightfall. Oh no, the Nightfall is at hand. Please, heroes of the world, help Ilona in its time of need. We will help fight the Nightfall, but first we must find a hero even more brave and heroic than we are. Where will we find such a hero? There's no need to search. A true hero knows where trouble reigns. I am Norgu, the hero you need to stop Abaddon and the Nightfall. What should we do, Norgu? We must attack Varish, or she will end the world. Our brave heroes journey to Korna, but their plans are foiled when Varish summons demons that scatter their fellowship across Korna. Ha 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 ha! I will kill those sun spears as soon as I can find them. Luckily, I have found the sanctuary for us. Varish will never find us now. Norgu, you are so brave. We should go north to Vabi, says Cormyr. But their way to Vabi was blocked. Our way to Vabi is blocked. Aha! My Corsair friends shall help us through. They have a smuggler's passage to the north, to my homeland of Vabi, where I am a famous actor. We can seek the help of 3 princes. But the princes ignore their counsel. Varish sends her troops north, under the guise of hunting sun spears, but she is really preparing a dark ritual to consume the land. The brave, brave, brave. Brave, that's 4 braves, you aren't reading it right. The brave, 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 brave Norgu slays the evil demon and chases Varish through the desolation and into the mouth of torment. Oh no, we're in the realm of torment! Abaddon's dark realm of secrets and torment. Where do we go? What do we do? You cannot defeat me. I am an evil god, says Abaddon. And Norgu says, Stand strong, friends. We few, we happy few, we band of heroes. For he today who sheds his blood with me shall be forever remembered a hero on Nightfall Day. Norgu and his brave band of heroes fight Abaddon. Ah! I am for slaying! Yet, after every nightfall comes the dawn of a new day in Ilona, land of the golden sun. Let us dance. And so they danced. Varish, who is apparently secretly an elementalist all along. Abaddon, who should have been doing the warrior's dance but is dead. And here we have Zineoreto, Zikormir. Norgu apparently doing a warrior's dance. And the hero, who is also a ranger. Find out if Norgu's Nightfall gets nominated. Okay, where do we do that? Back in the Kodesh Bazaar. Well, let's go to the Kodesh Bazaar then, shall we? Hello, records keeper Palin. I don't know, Palin? I keep track of all the great writings of Abi, and many of the lesser ones as well. Every play passes beneath my eyes. Yes, I suffer for my art. This year's nominees for greatest play in Vabi, and indeed the whole world, are Lord of the Strings, Summertime for Boca, Norgu's Nightfall, and Drake's on a Plane. Those who have been nominated, please attend the Academy's award ceremony in resplendent Makun. Okay, Lord of the Strings. I think that's a reference to Lord of the Dance, maybe? Summertime for Baka is the play that we interacted with in the whole, like, Norgu side quest chain. Although that would not have been on this character. That would have been on Girudo, I believe. Norgu's Nightfall. Drake's on a Plane. Obviously a reference to Snakes on a Plane. Different spelling of plane. And also the one that we did just a side quest with Koss. Attend the Entertainment Academy Awards show. I wonder if there's the only ones that they got submitted or had submitted. Whatever. You get my meaning. Hello, Royal Finance Minister Aluda. I couldn't remember if it was Aluda or Maluda. I don't know why I was putting an M on it. Bit of a mystery. All right. Ilona, land of the golden sun. I feel like you have to have very precise enunciation for that. We have no issues on YouTube streams and had no issues while watching League esports stuff. I don't know what to tell you. It's very strange. Frustrating too. I wish I could help. I just have no idea where I'd even begin. Excuse me. I have an unfortunate lack of sleep lately. Well, let's go to the Boca Amphitheater. Here's our Varish hero, Omir, Norgu, and Abaddon. Baskir says, we had many wonderful nominees this year. However, one stood out in particular for the greatest play in Vabi and indeed the whole world award. Without further ado, the award for greatest play in Vabi and indeed the whole world goes to Norgu's Nightfall. Hey, you guys managed to win somehow with your 5-minute play. Will the players please come up and accept their award? Shh, don't talk to me. I'm acting. I'll say the same thing. I mean, I'm the player. The arts are greatly appreciated by all in Vabi. The Entertainment Academy exists to ensure our nobles receive only premium quality entertainment, not the hackery you might find in the more rural areas of Ilona. The Academy trains and rewards excellence in the arts, as is befitting such a courageous craft. Truly, standing up in front of a group of people to entertain them is the most heroic thing one can do. Hopefully that helps. Here is your award. Prince Baka wanted to see you, I believe. Well then, can't keep the prince waiting. Yeah, it's an ephemeral step. Okay, they all just say the shh, don't talk to me, I'm acting thing. See, it's like the abject silliness of some of the plays here is part of like the tonal thing that I was talking about. Well, I'm glad the world didn't end, but I sold everything in that end of the world sale. I see. Like, I feel like... So the thing is, the plays in this are like, they feel like they're extremely tongue-in-cheek. And that tonally, like, makes me not take things seriously. And when they're treating, like, very tongue-in-cheek plays seriously, it creates a whole sort of, like, weird mood for me where I kind of, I don't know, it doesn't quite mesh well to me. And it's just like a personal taste thing, I think, to a large extent, but it's nevertheless accurate. Norgu, dear Norgu, many are the buffets devoured by that voracious appetite, and many more are the hours consumed by that apt wit. Congratulations to you all. Indeed, it is a pleasure to even have a world in which to celebrate. Indeed. Oh, he has the theater chain. I'm not going to worry about that one right now. We did those on Gyurudo Senso, and we've got plenty of stuff to do. Otherwise, I don't think Protect the Learned is the correct thing to do right now. I need more Graven Monolith shards. And apparently I need some more Grey Giant Tusks. How do I want to approach this business? I mean, I can just go to the Realm of Torment and try to work on some of these quests. Well, I guess that's what we're doing. I feel like it's going to go poorly, for what it's worth. Excuse me. To go questing in the Realm of Torment with this particular group, but here we are. I think I'm actually going to switch over to motivation now, though. Might bring Sign of Return. Definitely bringing Lightbringer's Gaze. The reason why I'm going to motivation is I really think a bit more defensiveness is in order. Oh yeah, I can get... Do I have Necrosis? Do I have... I don't know. I'll think about that later. Necrosis would be really useful right now. That's why I was checking. Okay. And we have Lyric of Zeal on Gorn, but I'm going to slot it in here. Just a Flesh Wound is nice, but... I'm going to bring Song of Restoration as my elite, I think. Yeah, I might as well bring Energizing Chorus. Well, maybe? Actually, let's just slot Lyric of Zeal here. Let's grab Aria. No, let's grab Anthem of Flame. That thing's on fire. I don't know what my energy is going to look like. I wanted to stick to adrenaline skills, and I don't know what my energy is going to look like here. So many of the good adrenaline skills are... I have the north. Okay, whatever. I can just slot on Barbed Spear, maybe? Ugh, Barbed Spear just feels so... mediocre. Do I have any hero skill points? I have one. No, Sunspear. Oh, you don't have Sunspear skills, do you? I have to go to the Sunspear Great Hall for those. Okay. Let's slot on Barbed Spear. Let's reassemble my party. Yeah, let's see. Olias, Zenmai, and the monks. Because I really want to pick up Necrosis, which is part of why I slotted on Barbed Spear. Like, of these, Necrosis and Vampirism are going to be the, like, most useful additions. I don't think this character's going to have any use for Intensity, and... Like, I could technically use Eternal Aura as well and just plop that on, but... Okay. Necrosis. There we go. That's some good additional damage. Alright. Travel through the Vortex. Let's get my heroes back on. Olias, Zenmai, and the monks. As stated. Okay. Oh, I probably can change up the monk's bars now that I think about it. I've gotten so many skills in the past little bit. Yeah, betcha I have some healing prayers now to work with. Yeah, because I have Jamie's Gaze I can slot on instead of, like, one of these. I don't suppose I got... No, I didn't get Signet of Rejuvenation. That would have been nice, but here we are. I'm not the biggest fan of Jamie's Gaze, just because it's very energy intensive, and I don't have good energy management, but... undeniably a potent heal. And that's what Glyph of Lesser is there for, I suppose, as well, when you get right down to it. I did get another copy of Remove Hex, which is nice. You know, I'll slot a few points in Protection Prayers and grab... Let's see. Yeah, I guess I just have this. The Mend Ailment. Mend Ailment's just really nice to have. Okay, Dunkoro. Is there anything else that I'd want here instead of something that you already have? I kind of want to stick with where things are at, frankly, on him. Yeah, okay, let's just do that. Let's just roll with it like that. Okay. History of Violence. Let's see, that's in the Domain of Secrets. The Domain of Secrets is very energy expensive. I don't feel like that's a great fit for my current party. Let's see, where does this one take place? That's a good question. Domain of Fear. Okay. Restarted router? I hope that helps. I think maybe we can go ahead and try the Domain of Fear. So this is a difficulty master quest. We'll see how this goes. but it says, when I discovered that Shiro Togachi lorded over this place, my rage burned hotter than a dragon's fire. Long ago, Shiro and I fought as brothers in the elite Imperial Guard, and he was cold-blooded even then. Even so, none of us believed our eyes when he turned on Emperor Engxian and slew him. His treachery continues after death. He's been binding the lost souls of this realm into his shuriken constructs. The spirits of my fellow guardsmen are being forced to serve their murderer. Imrahil Argentum, please, free the souls of my comrades. Well then, let's go into the Domain of Fear and see if we can do something about this, eh? That's the plan at any rate. Hopefully it's a successful one. Yes, yes. Oh, the Apostate. His quest is here as well. So the Apostate says, if you would indulge me, I'd proffer a trade. My knowledge for your protection. I've turned from Abaddon's path due to certain knowledge that I have acquired. Because of this, I have become hated among my old allies. And even now, I am hunted. Travel is nigh impossible, yet I must return to my writings, as they are all I have left in this place. Please, accompany me through the Domain of Fear while I retrieve them. Will you protect me? Well, I'm certainly happy to try. Greetings, fellow heretic. That's a different game entirely. Ah, you're here. Let us be off, then. Give me this spear for the moment. Yes, it doesn't really matter which one I wield, does it? Where are we going? Oh! Oh, goodness. I was not ready for travel. Neither was my party to judge by things. Okay. Think we're holding on. Okay, well, Zenmai's death aside. Thankfully, he's not actually a member of our party, so I don't think he's going to be able to die. My guess, anyway. Unlike, say, some members of my party, doing a very solid job of dying. I'd really like them to stop, please. Oh, I see part of the problem. We've deeply over-aggroed here. I mean, a larger part of the problem is that my party is just not that strong, but never mind. Up. Great. Cool. Didn't kill that guy quickly enough. Gotta respawn. This is not the place to try to level people up. It's in fact the opposite of that. Yeah, here we are. Here we are. Okay, yeah, the Master Quest is absolutely completely unreasonable for us to try to do right now. And I should drop Anthem of Flame for the make cheapening skill. Is that a boss? Or why is that still there? No, it just vanished. Okay. It just sticks around for a while. I do need to make sure to get my attacks in. Ow! Oh, I see what happened. The Storm of Anguish just walked over and wiped out the party in one shot. Sheesh. Alright, that was ugly. Put it mildly. Maybe I should go somewhere else. Try some other way of getting some experience on these guys. Yeah, maybe. It is a distinct possibility at any rate. See if we can walk around things. Maybe that'll help. I don't know where this guy wants us to go. I don't know why we don't have a starburst on where he is. Okay. One raining down, another bajillion to go. 3 is a bajillion, right? Maybe of this enemy, anyway. Well, that was a nicely timed, there's nothing to fear. Wow. How have I lost so much of my party? Let's see if I can get a Signet of Return off on anybody. In retrospect, I maybe should have used the Signet skill first. I think that nets me energy, like 1, but Olias made a minion. How very cute. No! It's the wrong time for that to... Ugh. If you don't have enough damage, you can't get these guys down, which is a real problem. Alright, let's get Talcora back up. Try to get the weak Reign of Terror dead. Okay, let's try to get Talcora back up again. Norgu again. This is absolutely a train wreck. Yeah, it's probably a terrible plan. I'm like, I want to level these guys doing quests. It's like, maybe I should pick an area where that's not going to go so poorly. It's here. That is not the decision I made, is it? No. Alas. Why are there so many Reigns of Terror? I mean, the good news is they are going to be worth a lot of experience. The bad news is that it requires my dudes to actually stay alive. I'm really glad I stopped by to get Necrosis. Where'd this guy run off to? I don't know, but I probably need to give... Well... Oh, there he is. We've got some energy, I suppose. Wow. Zenmai's getting absolutely herb stomped by that thing. Okay, sure, whatever. Hello, apostate. Oh, goodness. Boy, howdy, is Death Pact Signet hilarious. We just got a level. That was Acolyte Sasuke. Oh man, that was really, really funny. Just to have 3 heroes just boom, boom, boom. Please tell me your writings aren't much further. I can sense my writings. They're in this direction. Well, fantastic. I strongly suspect I should go elsewhere to try to level some of these guys, but here we are. Here we are. And this obnoxious moving slower and attacking slower and just doing everything slower effect. Is it a challenge? Slightly, maybe? Mostly just inconvenient. These are some pretty solid daggers that I probably want to give to Gerudo Senso, quite frankly. There he is, remarkably empty. Oh, you're a monk. Well, that would make you a bit of a heretic in, interacting with the gods. I saw some allied Forgotten up ahead. That seems notable to me. Hey, Zenmai failed to instantly die there. I suspect these guys are for another quest. Okay, well, Margrid the Sly is preparing to die. And I seem to have found myself in the middle of a fight with... Oh my goodness, that's so many dudes. Bound Tiendi. Maybe collecting all of the possible quests for this area at once was a bad idea. I'm just going out on a limb and guessing here. Of course, these Titans have no flesh. I don't know what else I would possibly expect from them. Oh boy. Zenmai's gonna get a nice weakest link notch on her belts right now. Waterborne Titan. Oh, some of these guys. Okay. Oh my goodness. The chains are so bad. Look, I didn't mean for my team to end up in the middle of whatever this mess is. Why would you resurrect Zenmai over Talcora? Oh my goodness, and then my entire team collapses. These Death Pact signets are more dangerous than they're worth at the moment. It's like, I use it to get a couple seconds of burning so that way I can hit it for some damage. Okay, whatever. Let's just slowly get people standing back up. I may decide to not do this quest at this moment in time. Oh boy, I've gotten way too many quests at once. Also, these Madness Titans are not going down. Okay, where did you stick your writings? Can we go see them, please? Right now, we're doing what? Cracking the domain of secrets. Yeah, okay, so what I'm learning is that there are... I mean, no, it doesn't. Because Bound Tiende is just over there. Okay, this is absolutely ridiculous. I need to not try to do this. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I need stuff from Great Giants. I'm gonna go... I guess here. And I'm gonna go see about hopping in some worms for a little bit. Cut and try to like kill some Grey Giants. Actually, the best place to do this is the Crystal Overlook, isn't it? Oh, there's some Grey Giants just outside here. So I'm gonna try to get some tusks from Grey Giants for a short bit. I want to get all of my heroes up to level 20. I probably shouldn't be obsessing about this right now, but I also do need to try to theoretically do this Last of the Breed quest. Like, the thing is, Margrid and Norgu are really close to leveling up, so also kind of like on my mind. Let's see. Oh, the Grey Giants are the undead, right? Let me look up what actually drops Grey Giant tusks before I go around assuming things that could be wrong. Wait, what does this quest actually require me to get? Grey Giant tusks. Oh, that's the problem. I used the E spelling of Grey, not the A spelling of Grey. Nomad or Sadistic Giant? They have a small chance of dropping it. Okay, so it is the Nomad and Sadistic ones. Not the other ones. Alright, so we're on the right track. I don't know why I brought Lightbringer's Gaze with me. Not gonna do anything. Oh well. Oh boy, Giant Stomp. All right. Please drop your tusks, Giants. Please? I'm not really enthused about anything that says it's a low chance, though. I'm gonna go actually check that wiki article a little bit further to see if it has a suggested spot. quite rapidly by going in and out of any portal in the Shrouded Ravines with a solo build and repeatedly killing the nearby giants. 2 giants by the entrance layer of the Forgotten are particularly convenient. Slaying gray giants and collecting gray giant tusks, but what is actually needed are regular giant tusks which drop from nomad giants, sadistic giants, and not the awakened gray giants. Yeah, that's kind of why I was confused. That's why I was wanting to double check what's actually needed here. I suggest doing some sort of like solo farm build for these guys, but that would kind of defeat what I'm trying to do, I feel. Okay. There were more this direction. I really wish I could see experience bars for my heroes. That would be very handy right about now. A few more sadistic nomadic giants over this way. Oh, and of course there's some bugs popping out of the ground like they do. Necessary at that time, but I did it anyway. Not even sure what a good solo bar would be for them on this character. I guess you could just go into a worm. That's probably a good solo bar. Or at least a sufficient one anyway. Giant stomp. I'm probably getting a decent number of them dropping. They're just going to all the heroes. There's boots. That's not what I need. I need tusks. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and see if I can do this more solo. What I think probably would be best, frankly, now that I think about it a bit more, is just, like, add all of those dudes to my party when it's time to, like, actually fight those things. I'm just going to drop out of motivation, drop my leadership. These don't really matter at the moment. Let's go with my... Your mastery. I don't really have any need for more than like 4 leadership, maybe. This would be a good time for some dervish wind prayers. Okay. Fear of lightning. Blazing spear, wild throw. What I kind of want, see, I can go to this set, and grab Grenth's Grasp. If you're not enchanted, This lets me transfer stuff. I mean, this is still fine, even at that rate. And then Swift Javelin starts becoming good. I don't really have Shadow Chant I could be just tossing around. I guess I can grab, go for the eyes. It doesn't hurt anything. We'll see how effectively this allows me to be able to fight the giants. I don't really expect it to go super well, but I can always try, right? I can't go too heavy on the energy usage, though. So I'm just going to slot Merciless Spear in here. Okay, let's go see if I can be successful trying to solo these guys. Let's see. Might as well put on my command pants. Just get slightly better go for the eyes. Nah, that's my... Okay. Let's see if this does any good trying to fight these guys solo. Probably not, but you never know. Might be better. This has a quicker... I don't know. I'm just debating about what's the best way to approach doing this. This does allow me to transfer conditions with my attack skills, so there's that. Dude, where's the spore? You guys are trying to knock me over, and I don't appreciate it. And then too many conditions. Okay, that obviously didn't work. Part of it's giant stomp spam, quite frankly. I'll give this a little bit more of an attempt than that, but... Go for the eyes is a bad idea, however, and I shouldn't use it against... Well, I have Ulcer Slungs on. I need to make sure I'm backing away from their traps. Oh my goodness, the giant stomp. I wonder if these guys knock down on... This is not being particularly easy, here's the thing. Yeah, okay. I feel like this could be doable solo, but this is gonna take way too long. I'm gonna, like, use, like, a 3-person team or something. Grab would actually be good here. I kind of want just like a caster. Let's try Zed and what do I have? Maybe Zed and Norgu would be fine. Do I have Ether Feast? I feel like I'd want Ether Feast if I try to do that. I have Tap. Okay, I don't see Feasts. Yeah. Should be around here if I had it. Maybe like Dunkoro. Yeah, and Zed's trying to do some wonky nonsense that I don't need him doing. Pure energy storage. Yeah, so he's just trying to be a master of magic. Let's drop this. Go ahead and give him that master of magic. I'm gonna put this in earth though. Let's see. So I can use lightning strike, obby flame. Yeah, I got obsidian flame, lightning strike. Ebonhawk and glowstone. Blurred vision is not a bad idea either. I'm fine with leaning a bit more heavily on earth here. I'm just trying to find a good way of extracting resources from these giants, I suppose, is the best way to phrase it. And I'll go ahead and give him Aura of Restoration. My goodness, that Aura of Restoration is ridiculous. Okay, and then we can just have Dunkoro along to provide some healing and cleansing, and that should probably do it all right for us. Probably. Like I said, Go for the Eyes was not doing 100% what I would like it to. I'm going to swap over to Mystic Healing. That makes more sense in this context, I think. Okay, I'll try a 3-person team for trying to farm these giants. Again, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to get 3 giant tusks. And what the wiki basically recommends is just taking these 3 dudes out again and again and again. Which I'm cool with, but I was just not finding much success with. With just me. I may be able to do it just me and Zed, I'm not sure. The knockdowns are really obnoxious. Ow. Somehow I got that off through Dazed. Okay, I see you over there trying, Dunkoro. I don't blame you for that. Fear of Lightning is actually a non-bow, now that I think about it. Oh my goodness, all this blind is really annoying. There we go. Well, we didn't get any drops. I don't know how slow to expect this to actually be in practice. Like, at all. I have no sense for that. But I'm going to drop Spear of Lightning in favor of Remedy Signet here. I need to be able to cleanse some of the conditions myself. Only having Mend Ailment over there on Dunkoro is slow, to put it mildly. Yeah, have that crippled. Whoops. Got too close to the bugs. That's not good. Oh my goodness, there's apparently a very narrow window here where you don't get pelted to death by bugs. Well, that guy didn't drop a thing either. Okay. You know what, I'm just going to say these are quests that maybe I'll do at some point in time, but this is not the best way to do them. Let's just ignore this and let's just go do things and stuff. Actually, now that I think about it, I do want to do Pogon's Passage and others. So let's just do that. Let's just take my low levels into some of these early missions that I want to get done and added to my book. This is not the most like coherent episode because I have like too many different things that are like pulling me in different directions, and I recognize that. Let's get you know what? Let's just never mind. Never mind any of this. Where does this leave my wind prayers? At 6? You know what? Sure, why not? A little world Grenth's Grasp. Do I really want Remedy Signets? I definitely want There's Nothing to Fear. Does Remedy Signet do anything for me? I mean, it doesn't do nothing, but... yeah, let's just stick with it. Actually, you know what? No, let's go with Signet of Aggression instead. That works with There's Nothing to Fear. Okay. I'm going to skip through most of the stuff with this because we saw this on a different character. So I'm going to like try to go for Masters, obviously, but I'm going to skip cutscenes and stuff because we saw all that stuff on Gerudo Senso. It'd actually be really nice to have my run speed buff here, but I'm going very damage oriented on my character, so I don't get it. Don't have it. So we'll just have to kind of walk around, I suppose. It's definitely interesting, like, trying to tie up all the loose ends and whatnot. I don't know that they could have made it that way. Well, hang on, they could have. So I don't know why the quests that give you these heroes after you beat the game don't give them to you at level 20. I understand, like, Olias and Zenmai I'd still be getting at 15 because of those specific quests. But, like, why did I get Norgu and Margrid at level 19? Because, so my thinking here is, they give you, I'm pretty sure they give you Dunkoro, Talcora, Kos, and Lonnie all at, like, a higher level when you bring a character in from a foreign campaign. Like, I'm pretty sure they're just, like, straight up a higher level. And I don't know why they allow for, like, why you can get them at a higher level there, but then you can't pick up, like, Sasuke at level 20 and or Jin or whoever you're picking up. Like, I don't know why they've set it up the way they have is basically what I'm coming down on. Let's let this play out. Margaret's getting this diadem. This is a very easy mission, so this is a good one to do with these lower level heroes. But just, it's one of those things where it just feels like they could have modified things so that way you were getting them at level 20. Like those, I feel like those quests could have given them to you at level 20. I'm not sure what goes on in the back end though, and the only reason why I'm saying that is because they do give them to you at a different level. I'm pretty sure when you bring a foreign character over. So take over for some guards. And then promptly leave. Hello, prison keeper Shalkesh. Uh, 2187. Everybody's coming. Okay, good. I was just glancing through. I've had so many times where people get stuck there, so. What are... Like, Zenmai's daggers are decidedly not max. He's using some weak stuff here. Norgu's using illusion gear, well, actually domination magic. Yeah, and Dunkoro and Talcora's gear haven't been upgraded at all either. It's the sort of thing where, like, the best solution to that, in my opinion, is to get a bit further. Like, you can either get collector stuff, which is fine, or what I'd be more inclined to do is just to get to, like, Leviathan pits or whatever and craft some better stuff. Although I might be able to craft some better stuff here, too, now that I think of it. It is, in fact, a jailbreak. You are correct. You know what? Wearing Spear would probably work really well with Grant's Grasp, now that I think about it. I need to try that. I might have found its calling. Yeah, I really need to try that. Because if the weakness is applied before the spear hits and then that transfers the weakness, that might be a really strong combo. Granted, this area is full of more enchantment removal than you can shake a stick at, but... Yeah. Now I'm really curious. Now I'm really curious to try that. I'm pretty sure I grabbed it, too. Okay, come on, Shahai the Cunning and Cormier. I didn't skip the cutscene too quickly, did I? There we go. Just very quickly. Yeah, now I'm really, really, really curious to try that out. So if that works the way that I want it to, it's going to be brilliant. With boats waiting by the docks, we just need to get to them. Accurate statement. We have somewhat alerted the guards. That skybox, if you made it a bit brighter, I don't know what the sky looks like right now. It's very strange. Okay, here is the enemy. Actually, a Corn Priest over there that I'd like to take care of. I need to remember I have Signet of Aggression. I can power up my skills with that. Sometimes. Anyway. Any moment now. Any moment this priest will go down. Well, everything else will go down first, apparently. Also, why do I have all of my hero things closed? This part can be a bit much. You do have a lot going on here. So hard to keep enchantments up. Okay, we need to take these guys down. The zealots in our back line. So there's just too many of them. like it's only good half the time, roughly. Okay, there's a priest in there. Yeah, good calls in my. Let's go after that priest. There's not another one in there, is there? I feel like there might be. It could just be that the one was very effective at their job. Okay, Zenmai just leveled up. Come on, Olias. Colonel Kajo. Is Colonel Kajo always here? Probably. Actually, I think I often fight them higher up. Now that I think about it. Stand your ground. Boy, I keep using significant aggression when I don't have a thing on me, and it's not doing anything. You know, you'd expect it to not do anything. Okay, who just got a level? Olias did. I'll give you some more soul reaping. Your energy's been struggling. I got this guard next. Tell I forgot to put my enchantment on. Wasn't crippled. That's what my enchantment does. Okay, almost through this one. Have another corner guard here, and then kind of the thing around the corner. Again, doing these is a good way to get some additional experience points on my guys. And I can see Margrid the Sly is at level 20 now. I will want to compare notes with what I've done with Acolyte Jin, so that way I'm making sure I'm not overlapping with Margrid the Sly. Okay. I really want to stop Cop Neva from nuking everything with their boss elementalist status. There's also an awful lot of warriors going on here. And dervishes, too, for that matter. Well, if we remain stable this long... Okay. Let's just try to get some of this chaff out of the way. If I take out this priest, everything else will kind of crumble, I suspect. Boy, howdy there being durable, though. You have a deep wound. There we go. Okay, now maybe we can kill this. There aren't any more, are there? No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, Zenmai, I'm surprised you didn't die sooner, to be quite blunt. Okay, now we should be able to take out these guards. I'm going to flag here because I want to pull my dudes around the corner. So that way things like wanding and whatnot can actually start doing something. Ooh, that's a bunch of bolts of silk. Don't mind if I do. Alright, now I should just be able to get to the end and claim some experience points for everyone. There we go. Again, we saw that one on the main playthrough, so I'm not necessarily wanting to, like, slow down too much for those. Norgu is also now a level 20. Which is excellent. Act like Sasuke gained a level as well, which is good. Yeah, and then she got up. Okay. So, what I want to do here is, let's see. Actually, I'm not entirely sure how I want to proceed. Breaking the broken. Yeah, there's a bunch of these. I'll probably do Norgu's stuff part 2. Okay, let's go get some runes or something. Like that for some of these guys. Bone. That's not really what I was anticipating from that, but sure. The material trader's over here, so I'll go talk to that individual, see if bone's worth anything. Typically not, so I'm not expecting it. Like, bone is one of those materials that, like, oscillates between having value and not having value. Right now it's in the not having value phase of that sort of song and dance. But let's just go ahead and merchant this stuff off. Okay, so let's start by getting some runes for Norgu. Obviously, the preferred choice is Superior Domination, but that's also very expensive, so I'm okay with, like, Major Domination, Major Fast Casting. Yeah. Minor Illusion. Go something like this. Major Domination is a breakpoint below what you can kind of get if you go for kind of maximum stuff, but it's fine. Okay, I'm going to kick Norgu from my party because I want to add Acolyte Jin and see how I kind of have her runed up. So she's using Superior Marksmanship. Okay, and kind of like minors on other stuff. Margrid, I think I'm going to go Expertise on then. Here, Expertise, Minor Marksmanship, Minor Wilderness. Wow, why is Minor Expertise 1.9? Minor Marksmanship, Minor Wilderness Survival, Minor Beast Mastery. Okay. Right then. Just deposit some funds. Let's take a short break. I mentioned at the start that oh yeah, before I before I wander off on breaks, let's swap that over to there and then throw on Wearying Spear, because I really want to see how Wearying Spear synergizes with Grunt's Grasp. I feel like it might be a good combination. I feel like I might have solved the puzzle and what makes that skill usable. Okay, I'm going to take a short couple-minute break. That is not how you spell dance, self. So I will be right back. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Impromptu dance party, eh? Okay. Let's get Acolyte Jin out of here. Let's kick Margrid. Let's grab Gorin, and I want to get Norgu back in here. Okay. There shouldn't be any skill conflicts. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, I want to go see about Gorin's stuff part 2. Don't know how difficult this one will be. Yeah. You. Okay, so I would still need to, like, hide the monks if I want to. Right. We would like to explore the hidden city. Oh, there's Gorin's sparkling rock. So, what do I need to do here? Take Gorin and a sparkling rock to the hidden city of Adashim to hide the rock. Okay, I'm just going to hide the monks because I want to be able to... Whoa, shiny. There we go. This is the perfect place to hide Shiny. Not too cold, not too dark. Shiny will be happy here. Uh-oh. This is no good. Something came out of Shiny. Something bad. Now it's going to be hurting time. It just called me Mommy. I'm a mommy? Who would have thought? I guess I must take care of it. It's my responsibility now, isn't it? Ah. I am super disappointed. I think I'll call it Shiny after my rock. By the way, didn't anyone see where my rock went? Okay, I will absolutely look into what all is going on in a second, but we are like getting surrounded by all the things and I was so hoping. Oh. Disappointment. If this attack hits, you deal 42 damage, and then you are weakened for 5 seconds. I don't think it'll weaken you if it doesn't hit. Hello, Shiny. Gorin is my mommy. I'm gonna live in a hidden city. Gorin is my mommy. I'm hungry. Feed me, Gorin. Apparently, Gorin's shiny sparkling rock is a salt spray dragon egg. Well, there you go. Let's go turn in my quest reward. I am really disappointed that Wearying Spear's weakness is applied after Grunth's Grasp would transfer it. I had been so hoping it would be the other way, but here we are. Whatever, I'm just going to put on Barbed Spear. This is low adrenaline. So the rock was an uber-powerful dragon egg? That explains why we could not hold it. The storage of incendiary beasts is against Statute 317 of the Cantha Ministry of Fire Code. And do not look at me like that. You can visit Kiting Center and read the code in person. So, that big oaf is a daddy now? How cute. Well, here's the rest of the stuff he had in his storage account. In this storage account. Thank you for some additional experience points and things. Okay, let's do this quest. Picking Gorin from Milani. Hey, Defiled Atonement. Thank you for the follow and welcome. Just jumped in, you have to say. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, Milani, what do I have you set up to do? Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Let's swap you around a little bit. Because I have this on Zenmai, and it's going to stay on Zenmai for the moment. I do have two... yeah, I have 3 of those, so that's not a problem. You know what? I'm going to give you for great justice. Yeah. There you go. Now you can have some great justice. Now I can maybe have a little bit more experience points on everybody. I guess going from the Sunspear Sanctuary is quickest here. Use some of these other directions I hadn't done before. I feel like Wearying Spear probably is the sort of skill that works best with... Now I'm actually really curious. Another... Okay, well, I don't have any hero skill points, so I can't check. What I was wanting to check there is to see if I could get Sunspear skills off of that guy, on the theory that that guy is a Sunspear trainer, so he might have Sunspear skills, as opposed to some of the later ones that didn't. I am going the wrong way anyway. Ronjock is out the other direction. Very easy to forget. You typically don't go this way. At least I don't. Bit of a walk to get out, unfortunately. But yeah, I feel like Plague Sending is the best use case now for, or like Plague Signet, but Plague Sending is probably more realistic for Wearying Spear. I'm really, really sad that it applies the weakness. Because Grunt's Grasp, what it does is, if you're wielding a cold weapon, your attack skills also cripple that foe for 5 seconds, and you transfer a condition from yourself to that foe. So it's the sort of thing where it's like, oh, that Wearying Spear applies weakness to me, but clearly it applies it on hit, so you don't have a weakened hit, right? So I should have thought about that. But it just would have been really nice if it stacked in such a way that Grunt's Grasp transferred the weakness, and it doesn't, and I'm sad. And I wish it was the other way. Okay, Elder Jonah. Again, we saw these on Gerudo Senso, so I'm just going to kind of jump through some of these bits as relatively quickly as I can. I do want to go back to Kaineng to pick up... Well... I have enough Kurzik faction. I can actually go to the guild hall and get the one that'd be better for me anyway. It's 3k faction for a skill. And a Kurzik or Luxon skill. And I would like to get Spear of Fury, because it is very good. Appreciate it if you'd leave us alone, Cornins, but I know you're not going to. Artery Sickness is one of those skills I think I maybe underestimate a little bit. The ability to cleanse your entire party from conditions is quite useful. Excuse me. And a scribe. I probably should have gone after earlier, but didn't notice. Oh well. Yeah. Dervishes are popular, and therefore their equipment is kind of expensive. What's with all the Cornins out here? Usually there aren't quite so many. Oh well. Teeth! There were sharp teeth, like the land was eating itself. Why hasn't it happened? I mean, do you want it to happen? I don't know why you'd want it to happen, but... Again, what's happening lore-wise at the moment, we've passed this point long ago, but she's suffering from nightmares brought on by Abaddon. No, those are bugs. Oh, you mean the demons behind us. Yeah, these guys are a bit high level. I don't think I'm actually going to do Nundu Bay at the moment, but I am wanting to do this for the outpost. Okay. The fact that we have multiple different groups that we're fighting here is not optimal. Okay, can somebody please get these plants out of here? There we go. Glad to see you back with us, Olias. Yeah, it really didn't help that we ended up having a large group of like beetles and then plants and then the torment demons just adding on top of it. Oh good, Olias gained a level. I like to see. Hello, Dreamer These are shrunk down versions of the annoying plant that blocks you, isn't it? Yeah, and it has collision still. It's just smaller, so it doesn't take up as much space. I definitely think it's interesting, the idea of Abaddon reaching out through dreams to mess with people. Thank you. Okay. Protect the learned. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to go back into the Realm of Torment, but I'm just going to be like, I'm going to do quests there and then turn them in with the weak dudes in my party, rather than trying to do this other nonsense. Oh, maybe should I just go do Nundu Bay? Nah, let's reconstitute my party from whole cloth. Let's see. Okay, so things that I know that I'm going to want. What is General Morgan doing right now? Okay, you're definitely more defensively oriented, but with some offensive skills. Yeah, okay. I might have General Morgan in the party. Takora, Dunkoro. Master of Whispers is very pressure oriented. I don't... Oh, you know what? He's actually not bad. Zed is pretty well set up, although with Enfeebling Blood here, he does not need Ebon Hawk, so I might switch that out. I need 2 more. I could go Acolyte Jin and Margrid. Acolyte Jin is very conditions oriented. Maybe I do want Milani here. Not really. Okay, let's just do 2 Rangers. Why not? Okay. Let's just check skills. So General Morgan should be fine. I have 4 copies of Remove Hex, and I'm using all of them. I like to remove Hex, apparently. The big thing is the Rangers. Okay, I have enough of those. Enough Savage and Distracting Shots? Yeah, I'm only using the one apply poison. Pin down. I'll probably change Acolyte Jin a little bit. Okay, Savage Shot. Okay, I've got both of those, and I have 2 Distracting Shots. I have 3, so I've got enough of those as well. And those are the points of overlap. Acolyte Jin, I don't really think needs Bane Signet. I'm fine with her using Renew Life for the moment, though. But I feel like I can give her something better than Bane Signet to do. Yeah, I can give her Antidote Signet. I've got enough copies now. That seems better than Bane Signet. Okay, and then I definitely want to be making sure I'm focused on damage as well. Grunt's Grasp is a fine utility skill, but maybe... Yeah, I don't think I need it. Okay. I'm going to pop into my guild hall, pick up Spear of Fury. Spear of Fury. Because this skill is very good. And I should absolutely be using it. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that weird combo. I don't feel like I need Barbed Spear. Wild Throw is fine, but not amazing. Okay, let's just throw some points in Curses. Or Plague Sending. That break at 5. Okay. Yeah. That I just was just checking to make sure the weariness that the wearying spear would put on me wouldn't cause problems with that, and it does not. So that's good. I get an elite skill. If you're under the effects of a chant or shout, you attack faster and gain more adrenaline but have less armor. Or Anthem of Fury. Or I could potentially bring like Stunning Strike or Cruel Spear. Interesting quandary. I think I'm going to slot on Lightbringer's Signet. What elite would I want here? Plague Signet wouldn't be bad, but I'd have to go find it, is the issue. This doesn't do that much. It helps me in General Morgan a bit, I suppose. I think something like Stunning Strike or Cruel Spear makes more sense here. Let's grab Stunning Strike, and let's just go like this sort of arrangement. Go for the Eyes gives me some additional energy, which is good. I don't know. This is a weird bar. I'm going to roll with it. I don't know if this team composition is in a good spot or not, but I think it's at least a bit better to try. Although, like I said, Zed does not need Ebon Hawk, so let's go see what some alternatives to that might be for him. Because the thing is, he has Master of Whispers is inflicting weakness, and so am I. So, I don't really want another exhaustion-causing spell. I could do something like Firestorm. I also got Churning Earth, which makes quick foes get knocked down. That's not the most exciting. Incendiary Bonds isn't bad by any means. Let's go with Tanai's Prison. That's a spicy choice. Tanai's Prison right here. It synergizes with some of the stuff Master of Whispers is doing, so yeah, this will work. A lot of Zed's damage is focused in Obsidian Flame, so I got plenty of pressure and interrupting from them. Actually, you know what would be good here would be, instead of putting this in Earth Magic, which is a bit of a backup plan anyway, I think I've got... No, Ritualist is down. Yeah, Splinter Weapon. I'm going to throw on Splinter Weapon instead of Aura of Restoration, I think. That seems good. That'll add a lot of oomph to the party. And this is some additional healing supports type stuff, some additional energy management. Okay, hopefully this works out okay. Hopefully this works out better than the last time I tried to go in here and do this. I really kind of want to get a bunch of these things done, but I might need to... I feel like this episode has not been very streamlined. I think I've spent too much time focused on trying to level up weak heroes. And I think that was a bit of a backfire on me. There he goes. I was looking to see where, like, his dialogue, and then he was run off somewhere, and I was very confused. Definitely need to make sure there's a condition on them before I... try to do stuff. We are so badly over-aggroed right now. Okay, like seriously, did this entire zone need to come and try to fight me at once? I don't think it was strictly speaking necessary. The problem here is that we aggroed like 3 groups at once. It's very hard to fight against like 3 groups aggroed at once. And I'm going to say we did a reasonable job for that mishap. I don't know how that happens. Quite bluntly. Okay. Looks like there are more groups here than it looks like initially. Yeah, blurred vision is causing me problems, I assume. Enjoy your days, I suppose. Ow. Fortunately, most of my heroes do have a resurrect, but... okay, these Reigns of Terror are causing a lot of problems. Okay, I'm just gonna reload the zone. I've gotten, like, nowhere and just absolutely... smashed and stuff. I'm gonna change General Morgan over to Mesmer. 'Cause I'm, like... pretty certain we have Epidemic now? Yeah. And I'd like to give him Epidemic. I just see that as being a bit more useful in the current situation. I'm trying to decide if I want something other than Spear of Lightning in that spot. I think it's probably fine. Let's see. Any other things come to mind as something that would be good to do here? I don't think so. Spreading around the conditions is just going to help. I'm probably being a little gimmicky in what I'm set up to do. But I don't know. Keep doing it for the moment. Her bow is almost max. Her bow is max. Like, a lot of these guys could use better gear, but I don't feel like trying to get it to them. His shield's all wrong. Okay, well, Domain of Fear. Try that again. Let's try maybe less dying to all of the friggin' water mages. That would be good. Yes, let us be off indeed. Again, I feel like something weird is going on with some of the aggro there. And we definitely need hex control, but we have hex control, so... Word of Madness. You can enjoy some conditions. Okay, yeah. Being able to spread the conditions around with empathy is actually, or epidemic is actually helping quite a bit here. Yeah, that went a lot more smoothly. In part because we weren't trying to fight too many groups at once, but. Why is Master of Whisper's energy so bad? It's soul reaping. Maybe once more. Yeah, part of it is there's like a lot of these patrolling groups of Spear of Torment / like 3 Reign of Tears and a Spear of Torment. That's definitely causing me problems. I'm not sure why one skill would have as big of a change as it felt like it did, but it could just have been aggro patterns as well. Yeah, I hope. Zed's AI needs to prioritize Master of Magic. Everything else he does is significantly worse without it. I don't know why the AI doesn't try to maintain Master of Magic like it does attunements. It really, really, really should. They are in the same, like, functional category. At least in my opinion, they are. Okay, this guy doesn't actually have anything new to give us. It's just the same monster hunts bounty, so... Remember to stay hydrated, everyone. I'm concerned about how yellow it is outside. I know I keep mentioning it's extremely yellow outside, but it is. And it's very, like, not very distressing, but it's mildly concerning, at least. It's 19. It's 18. Slightly more marksmanship on Acolyte Jin, but Acolyte Jin is spread across more attributes. Yeah, this is where we've got all of these titans trying to fight things, and it's ugly. These titans are a real pain. I hate Madness Titans so much. Yes! Master of Whispers. I don't know why you're running so far forward, but... Ah, so many blocking things. Okay, this one's almost dead. I don't know why it's not just dead. Yeah. It can be though. Not California fires, Eastern Washington. But it is smoke from wildfires. Greetings, fellow heretic. Hi, where next now? Do you want to move on? I feel like he's supposed to have a destination, and he's not going there. So I don't know. Ah, now he's moving off. Oh, that's a warrior. Okay. Ow. Bound TNA, you really don't need to hurt that much. You consider not hurting that much. Okay, I found the Imperial Guard TNA. Well, my party is wiping badly. In my defense, there was like 3 or 4 groups there. It was pretty ridiculous. I think holding the line may be partially to blame. Okay, well, I mean, there's nothing much for it but to go back, or to continue around, not go back. No back I need to go to here, but... Oh, good. Steel ingots. I don't know what Vabian hornbows are made of. My guess is wood, though, so I'm just going to identify it. Yeah, that's Margrid Coast, and that's... Yeah, with Margrid the Sly. I could actually bring the same group into there, and it'd probably not be bad. Although I probably, realistically speaking, wouldn't want to try to be doing Apply Poison Lander Shot on Acolyte Jin in a spot that's going to be full of non-fleshy things. Because what she's doing is she's just applying a lot of degen between these two. It's quite a bit of degeneration. Okay, we've got some waterborne titans and stuff for some reason. It's a really eclectic mix of enemies, is what I'm saying. Oh boy. Too much of my backline got wrecked by the Ugh, blurred vision spam is so annoying. I really see why things like Mesmer Way are popular. Well, that didn't go super smoothly. I blame it on Maelstrom and me not aggressively moving my dudes out of it. Which is what I should have done. I should have more aggressively moved my dudes out of it. Looks like Margrid the Sly did not get any death penalty from that because she died due to Death Pact Signet. I don't know why I have to manually tell Zed to do that. Again, like if I could just go into the code and tag this to be an upkeep enchantment like the attunements, I would. The heck? The heck did a bunch of spike traps end up over there? That's very strange. It's very strange indeed. I did see some Titans walking along this way. Maybe they were the trap type. Earthborn Titans. Ow. Apparently so. That was the last spike trap. We're probably going to run into another one or two. No, maybe it isn't Earthborn Titans. Maybe it's Wild Growths. Does it look like Wild Growths? It doesn't look like anything in particular at the moment. Okay, yeah, they are Rangers. Yes, Titans. These do not count as demonic serpents of Abaddon, unfortunately. Okay, looks like we've got a bunch of Titans coming out the backside here. I don't even know which quest this is. I just know it's the one with all of them Titans, yo. Well, this still does stuff even if I don't have Demonic Servant of Abaddon nearby, as long as I have Lyric Seal up. I think you may be correct. I'm just vaguely confused. Owing largely to not expecting Titans from it. But it was talking about Margrid forces. That's mostly all. Right, but no, like seriously, let's try to take out this. You know what? These guys actually use a lot of spells, so. Nope. Okay, so the big thing here is that the enemies are coming from the opposite direction that I was expecting them to come from. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, hello, Dead on Stick. Welcome. Thank you for watching. Yeah, I do think it's probably this. Like, I was not expecting them to be coming from that direction is the main thing. And they seem to be coming from this direction, so. Couple of Margrites aren't so bad. I don't care for your sorcery. Thank you. Yeah, I enjoy doing all sorts of fun stuff with builds. That's probably been using Splinter Weapon on the Rangers, if I had to guess. Here comes a round of dervishes. actually. It doesn't do a whole lot right now anyway, but... No Mystic Twister for you. Okay, but this is a Mesmer. Okay, then there's a group... Oh, Shuriken Assassins coming down this side. Interesting. Yeah, take that, Shadow Refuge. You're a spell. And therefore susceptible to dazed. Assist them as they fend off additional Marganite forces. Okay, so that must be somewhere else. I have no idea which direction the apostate ran off to. I definitely have too many quests at once, it seems, because they all make a bajillion spawns happen. And I need to talk to this Imperial Guard down here. It is extremely good in many circumstances, I agree. We are almost certainly aggroing way too many enemies. Oh my goodness, the amount of missing that's happening right now is pretty severe. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, I tried, like, yeah, Fever Dreams is actually really good too, I agree. I was trying to aggro one group and I got both groups, so... Ah, yes, Master of Whispers also likes to do the thing where he has too much death penalty. You know what would have been interesting insignia? Increased, like, +1 armor for each point of death penalty you have. That would be interesting. Yeah, I mean, that also doesn't help. I agree. It was overall a bad engage. Yeah, +1 armor for each point of percentage of death penalty would probably be broken in a lot of different ways. And it offset death penalty too much, which is not something that they're wanting to do. Or would want to do, I suppose, is more accurate. The question that I'm having is Zed actually using Splinter Weapon? I'm obviously not paying attention to him the entire time. And so much as I have other priorities as well, but... Okay, let's try to... Well, definitely making sure Splinter Weapon Happens helps. 60 armor is a lot of armor. I agree. Okay, these Marganite Reapers need to go down. We got too much melee in the back line. And I'm really tired of all this blind. It's one of those spots where I'm just not engaging the enemy forces in an effective way. And part of it is the geography I'm doing a poor job with, because there's a hill here and I keep expecting it to help me and it's not. Also, there were more Torment demons than I thought there were. Yeah, 60 armor would be... Man, this is a spot where I need some DP removal. I need to be playing better. I'm not playing very well. 60 armor would be pretty sizable damage reduction. I'm not sure exactly what it maths out to off the top of my head. There's actually a spot where save yourselves would be really good. But when isn't it? I guess when facing down a bunch of, like, mesmers. Wouldn't be so good. Margrid the Sly is managing to avoid getting death penalty because Master of Whispers dies, and then she death pact signets him, and then he dies again, and then she dies. Deaths due to death pact signet don't incur death penalty. For whatever reason. So... See, I want to talk to the Imperial Guard over there, but... I think part of it, too, is there's some wonky patrols going on. There's a lot of these Reign of Terror, Spear of Torment groups. Yeah, it's a pretty big damage reduction. Let's just try to advance the Apostate's quest, because this one's been sitting here for a while. Not quite sure where he's going. I want to talk to this Forgotten Warden. Let's see, this is the Gate of Secrets, I think? Nope, same one. Okay, so there's some Margrids over here. I'm expecting some dialogue. I don't have a lockpick, do I? Nope, didn't think so. Ah, you finally arrive. Misguided as you are, at least your sense of perseverance has not... Something on the... give me my writings. They are no concern of yours. On the contrary, any such nonsense. But silent... The truth is in my words. Have you read the text? Silence. You've said enough. Such blasphemies against our Lord cannot go unpunished. You know the penalty for such sacrilegious utterances? I've not come to discuss the matter with you. I am here to end this. I really wish they'd, like, put that in the log or something. Okay, obviously I needed shields up here. I think Zed resurrected somebody and then died. Whatever, this still does damage, I might as well use it. Yeah, Prot Spirit would certainly help with this situation, since it gives some durability to all of the dudes who are low on HP. Hello, Apostate. Thank you for protecting me, and for your help. I shall now fulfill my end of the bargain. You may have wondered why I was being chased so vehemently by Abaddon's hunters. I believe it is as simple as this. I do not believe Abaddon to be an eternal god. There were other gods before him, before he was imprisoned here. And I believe that while the power he uses cannot be destroyed, he may be supplanted, as he supplanted his predecessor. Use this knowledge for your benefit. This is actually massively important for the lore. 10% max health damage cap. Yeah, definitely helps that high. I agree. This is actually really interesting that this guy is actually talking about this here, because this sets up stuff that happens then at the end, and like this provides further context and explanation. This is actually extremely significant quest lore-wise. So, fascinating to see this here. I really appreciate that they added this because it helps a lot to elucidate things. That's a really great way of reducing death penalty as well. Although I was kind of hoping to turn that in on some other characters, but whatever. That's the domain of secrets. Okay, I need to speak to Imperial Guard TND. He's up this way. Well, there's the half-brother of So the thing is, we don't know how long the chain has gone. That's the thing. Is like Cormyr's ability to supplant Abaddon means that it's very possible that Abaddon preceded somebody and so on and so forth. Like, we just don't know how long any of the chains of deities go. Like, Menzies is trying to supplant Balthazar, as an example. I think Guild Wars Utopia might have dug into some of these ideas a bit more as well, but obviously it being canceled and everything mean that never came to be. But it wouldn't surprise me if it had done that. I've got a patrol coming up on my flank, which I'm not excited about. Yeah, they've caught up with us. Be a good epidemic target here. Okay. Well, the epidemic helps, but is probably a little bit too late. The spot where what I really need is I really need to be able to spread the days around. Okay, well, I'm just wiping now. Yeah, like, I don't know that ArenaNet's really thought through the lore back quite that far. Was that 2 patrol mobs stacked on top of each other? You know what? Probably was. It wouldn't surprise me if it was. It really, really wouldn't. Okay, those groups are separating. I should be able to fight. You know what? No, I don't trust them to not. I'm going after this Reign of Terror here. It's like mine, the friggin' Imp's greatest hits. Yeah, Giganticus Lupicus. Like, they have a lot of dangling back lore things. That would be really fascinating to, like, have more details on, but I don't anticipate ever getting more details on. Like, we're capable of, like, pushing through these guys. Yeah. And, like, the other thing, too, is there's just been a lot of retcons to the lore as well. At least that's my assumption. It depends upon how reliable of a narrator you think Trios's ghost is, because he says that Glint was, like, the first creation of the gods. I definitely think the idea of the gods being supplanted as opposed to, like, everlasting beings or whatever was a bit of, in of itself, like, a retcon to the lore. Because they were trying to figure out, okay, well, what do we do with this, right? When they were working on Nightfall's story. And, like, Triasa has, his ghost has very different lore than what is presented elsewhere about the history of things. So either he just has very wrong mythology and is an unreliable narrator, which is totally fine, or ArenaNet retconned, or, you know, retcon him to be unreliable. Because he talks extensively about sort of, like, the history of things. I really wish one of my 2 rangers could have seen fit to interrupt this Marganite cleric's Aegis, but I need to call the target. That's the problem. Yeah, I think it's okay for them to be wrong about things. I don't remember exactly. The thing is, though, Grenth didn't take Doom's power, right? He supplanted him, but, like, Doom still exists? My childhood memories of the majestic sights of Xingzhe Island are the only thoughts that keep me from going insane in this tormented realm. Ah, freedom. I will remember this compassion, hero. All of these years, my anger has been focused on Shido, but now I find that darker forces were at play. Shido can never gain forgiveness for his crime against the Emperor, but know that a greater evil acted as the driving force behind his actions. Abaddon, lord of this realm, sent a minion of his evil to entice Shido's dark side. Disguised as a simple fortune teller, this avatar corrupted Shido thoroughly and used his own black thoughts against him. So, like, as far as I'm aware, I don't know that Doom was ever, like, depowered. Where the heck is that? Oh, wow, that's... Okay, that's Nightfall and High. Okay, let's do this holding the lines over here. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm like, they definitely have some wonkiness going on. I'm not quite sure when the stuff with Doom was established. But definitely Menzies, the half-brother of Balthazar, and their fight was established with the Fisher of Woe. Yeah, it absolutely did. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about the Guild Wars 2 stuff because I haven't played much of it, particularly past Heart of Thorns, and Heart of Thorns was confusing. But those are DP. It's doing all right. Spread some conditions around. Okay, good. That guy's down. Yeah, we're a lot more stable right now. Became a giant cat, eh? Man, wouldn't that be better? If they literally turned him into a cat? Probably. I thought I transferred these conditions off of me. Okay, what the heck is spamming me with... Oh, those things are. Take your stupid conditions. Can we please do something about these Reigns of Terror? It's like an endless supply of blind over here. What is up with this? Well, thank you for letting me know. I wish he was using it more often. Well, this is the opposite of what I want, but okay. Okay. We've got a gigantic pile of Reign of Terrors because we keep getting them low enough to trigger the thing. Takor is accumulating death penalty too, which is not great. Like, I don't feel like my build is like bad, but they definitely push you towards the stronger skills. Yeah, Maelstrom is a really bad mix with these other things as well. I didn't realize there were the Titans over there. The Windborn Titans. The Reign of Terrors are... There's too many Reigns of Terrors as well. I don't want them snaring me while I'm trying to fight these things. Oh my goodness, the blind spam. Okay. It's going to be more that attack. But maybe we can have a moment's reprieve to do something about these Reigns. Okay, let's back up. Let the wild growths come in here. Yeah. The other thing too is I don't have good energy support. My team, which is likely not helping anything. Yeah, great. Didn't need Reign of Terrors coming in here, but here they are. Regardless of what I need. Okay. We've got another group coming in from the other side. And I think we've got a pretty strong Well of Suffering going on over there. If I had to guess. Based on the effects I'm seeing. Which is serious degen happening time. I should probably be flagging a bit more. It's just I don't necessarily enjoy that level of micromanagement really much. Okay, this Windborn Titan is like a low tier. Okay, whatever. Reversal of Fortune is a skill that I have very mixed feelings about. Reversal of Fortune might be okay in Realm of Torment, but it's super overrated in normal mode. You just don't get enough. Like, whenever Reversal of Fortune is stopping a like 30 damage or less hit, I'd rather have Orson of Healing. But it's quite likely that the Realm of Torment has enough of the higher damage hits that Reversal of Fortune starts having actual value again. I think Reversal of Fortune is largely overrated. Particularly in weaker areas. But this, like I said, this area's probably got enough hard-hitting enemies that's actually worth it. They have been using it some. Signet of Devotion, I mean. Block. Oh, whirling defense. Nah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like, the thing is, there's enough hits that are lower. Again, this is in different areas, though. Oh goodness, we just got. Okay, these things popped out of the Titan, and I wasn't paying attention. What's the highest priority target here? Probably like this mess. Yeah, it does. The issue that I have with Prot Spirit is if you're doing all right, then the AI tends to spam it and get very low on energy very quickly. It's worse with Spirit Bond, but the thing is, Reversal of Fortune to me in normal mode is not an automatic include, because particularly in, again, the caveat here is this area is probably high enough level that you're getting hit with high enough damage values that it is going to be triggering for enough to be worthwhile. But in like a lot of areas, you're going to be getting a lot of those incidental like 10, 20 damage hits that are just not. Reversal of Fortune just doesn't heal that much for. What is my opinion on a good Paragon name? You've seen a lot of people starting Paragons and have never. You have never given them a chance. You're inspired to make one and try to like them. What do you look for in a name? That's kind of the starting point there. Like this character's name is based off of Lord of the Rings, where there's a Imrahil of Dol Amroth. But that's just kind of the direction I went with him. Commander of Gondor, or Prince of Gondor. Yeah, that definitely helps. I think, like, Prot Spirit is way better for the AI to be spamming than Spirit Bond as well. Spirit Bond is one of those skills I think is pretty good in the right circumstances. Like, Spirit Bond would probably be pretty helpful here. But the issue is the AI is just way too spammy with it. Okay, what did I get resurrected with that I have, like, no health? Oh, Death Pact Signet on something with no health. That would do it. Dead. Get Donkoro back up, please. Well, that's not great. Okay, I think we got the weak Reign of Terror up. Yeah, the thing is I'm playing under, like, restricted skills, and I don't have either Blood Ritual or Blood as Power. If I wanted either of those, I'd have to bring it myself. So. Like, that's why I'm using Mend Ailment instead of Mend Condition or Dismiss Condition as well. Probably Mend Condition with 2 copies. Like, that's why Zed Shadowhoof's bar is so weird and everything, too. But I've been slowly, like, adding skills to my pool over the course of play. Okay, we have too much death penalty. I'd like to be able to hold a line over here, but we're definitely at the point where, like, Prot Spirit is kind of required. There you go. Yeah, I can certainly do so. Please tell me this Marganite Bowcaster is the last dude here. Nope, it is not. Yeah, there's Signet of Devo getting used. Okay, let's try to daze some of this up a little bit. Yeah, Talcora's energy is not great. I knew that would be the case. Okay, I feel like the Shuriken squad was the last one previous time as well. That Signet didn't do anything at that moment. Too early. All right. Okay, so now I can see the Keeper for my reward. Excellent. History of Violence wants me to go over there. Theoretically, I don't need to actually follow that right now, and I'm not going to. Let's see, where's the Keeper? Gate of Secrets. Let's go there, then. Okay, I'm going to add some lower level heroes in to try to get them some experience points from turning in this quest. Your help was appreciated. Now, tell me what you have learned. Assassins. Moving in a coordinated group? Give me some time to think. This smacks of something I have heard of before. Ooh. I know who can help us, Imrahil Argentum. His name is the Apostate. He dwells in the Gate of Fear. He was a follower of Abaddon. I am sure he will have knowledge pertaining to the Hunter. We'll seek this person and learn what we can. Okay. Yeah, so this here is a program that I wrote. You can find it with exclamation mark tool. Like so. And the way that I'm using it right now, it has several different features, as well as room for more features that I want to add. But the way that this works is this is kind of themed off of a... if you're familiar with Magic the Gathering, it's kind of based off the idea of like a sealed booster league, where you'll get some set of booster packs. Magic the Gathering, of course, trading card game for those who do not know. So you'd get like 6 booster packs or something, and you'd make a deck, and then each week you'd add another booster pack to your thing, to your pool, and you can keep updating your deck as you keep adding booster packs to it. It's based off of that idea. So you can make booster packs. You can either add cards from the set, or you can add some number of boosters. They're both tied to the same... it's technically a numeric up-down control. They're tied to the same number. So I started off with like a baseline set of stuff, and I've slowly added more things as I've gotten heroes and as I've gotten other stuff, and so it's really fleshed stuff out a lot, and given me an interesting way of doing things. The number in the upper left-hand corner is the number of copies. So, for example, I have 1 copy of Can't Touch Yourself, so I can use it on a hero. There's a lot of other stuff in here too. There is a codex mode for like just generating a raw codex if you want that, with some settings that you can configure. So you can say, okay, what's going to be in the codex pool? There's a couple of different codex algorithms and some other stuff. You can also, like, skills have ratings, so whoa. And yeah, so skills have ratings. Then there's also a bunch of challenges which have like rules and stuff. Yep, your message was deleted. I see that. Let me see if what. I just see 42 messages deleted by a moderator. So for the skill database, you're looking at the code. Skill database. So I made a template management tool at one point in time, and I built out a lot of the skill database then. I took like a list of skills and then had some sort of parser that I used to turn that into a thing. There's a lot of stuff where I have used a bit of a parser. For actually entering in some of the information, I did it manually. For like going through and entering in all of the descriptions and costs and stuff, that was manual. If you look in form, was it form 1 or main window? I forget if I renamed it. But if you look in there, I do have like a bunch of like, this is meant to process things type stuff. So there was a lot of tedious data entry involved in filling out the skill database. So anyway, yeah, there's a bunch of different rules that you can look at. There's stuff for like, oh, here are the skills these are the elite skills you need to bring for your party, things like that. Or like a skill that every party member needs to bring, or skills that you need to fit into your party somewhere. And then just like random templates as well. Like this one, Glimmer of Smite. It's Glimmer of Light with smiting stuff. So there's a bunch of that sort of stuff floating around. Yeah, it's one of those things where like, if I knew how to pull from the HTML pages and parse those, I could potentially have made something to like just pull from the wiki, but there was a lot of just like, okay, now I'm entering in stuff. And then there's like it generates an HTML summary, so you could like post it to a web page of like the codex and the challenges. And then there's stuff for parsing template codes. And then there's some settings. So if you want to, you can edit skill ratings and just click through over and over and over again, or assign rarities. You can define how you want your rarities and define your stuff here. So yeah, there's a bunch of different stuff in here. So I've been really enjoying using the League for doing stuff with playing through with heroes, because it gives me a very different experience. And I've been enjoying that a lot. Yeah. That is that. Let's see. Takora, Dunkoro, Master of Whispers. Let's just grab Norgu instead of Zed. I like the Rangers and General Morgan, but I think, yeah, I appreciate the recognition of that. Definitely, like, being a developer means that you can understand things in a way that somebody who doesn't have dev experience wouldn't be able to. Okay, let's roll with Norgu here. I eventually want to add the template draft thing as well. I like the idea. But I've also had the idea of like adding some sort of draft mode for the skill pool, but I haven't delved into figuring out what I'd want to do for that yet, in terms of like actual functionality and interface and such. Greetings, fellow heretics, says the apostate. Yes, that would be. So embedded software, that's more like microcontrollers and things like that. So is that going to be probably either like C family or assembly, right? You can always experiment, Mana Guy. If you're talking about this side, the League, definitely experiment with what you want your sets to look like. If you're talking about the Codex, that's another matter. You definitely will want to look at that. Oh, here's Over the Limits. Yeah, like, I think the League is just more interesting than Codex is, by and large. The big thing... So, there's a couple of ways that you can approach it. The fact that you can make your own sets means that one solution is to just, like, do a set with, like, here is some standard stuff that I know I'm going to want. So, like, you could edit it to have, like, all of your higher rated skills, for example. So I think you can filter that by rating, if I'm not mistaken. So you could do something like that, and get like some sort of like base set of like, give me like 60% of the skills I think are really good, or something like that, as kind of like a starting point, and just however many skills that ends up being that you want in that sort of initial pool. That's kind of the direction that I'd go, but embedded device does not have an operating system. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you're definitely approaching things at a very low level. That sort of stuff is really cool. Very different from a lot of my experience was training in game development type stuff, and then I've ended up doing a lot of C#. I taught myself C# off of, like, I started with having a whole megabyte of RAM is a luxury. Yeah, for sure. You're definitely like trying to optimize the memory footprint, probably a little bit more than performance, if I had to guess. But whereas game dev tends to be trying to optimize performance a bit more. So I started off learning basic, and then the interpreter was on a CD that I returned to the friend that I borrowed it from after like a year, and decided to learn C++, and just happened to stumble upon a really like aggressively readable textbook for C++. So C++ and C# are kind of like the languages that I have the most experience with. Although I've been working a lot in RPG Maker lately, and that uses RPG Maker MV uses JavaScript, so I've been doing a lot of stuff with that. It makes me like, I've gotten used to it, but having non-specifically defined variable types is uncomfortable to me. And just the ability in JavaScript to be like, oh yeah, I'm just going to graft a variable onto, like, everything is an object, and you can just, like, on the fly just graft variables or members into things is just, like, kind of gross to me. I like a more defined structure. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like C# quite a bit. I don't care for Java. I'm just comfortable in my C family of languages. Anyway, the yes, they are. They very much so are. The apostate says, "Greetings, fellow heretic. Know thine enemy." What is it? The hunter in the pack. Yes, I know of them. You've gained the attention of some very powerful beings there. If you are careful, or stronger than you look, you can kill members of the pack. The hunter, well, the hunter is a much more powerful being. You see, he's never truly dead. If you beat him down, he will wait until danger has passed and then regenerate and begin the hunt anew. He cannot be killed. Now, if that is all you require of me, I ask to be free of your presence. Be the keeper. Okay, I was expecting more to this quest. Yeah, C++ is great. It can do some weird stuff with C++. It's just so much quicker to get interface going with C#. And Unity uses C# as well. So I've gotten some practice in from that angle as well. Okay, let's grab these guys in again, because apparently I'm just go from 2 zones. Sure, why not? Yeah, it's an interesting character. What have you learned? The hunter is invincible? I was worried about such a thing, but at least we know that he can be evaded. Escort me through the domain of secrets, and then protect me while I cast an incantation. While we cannot defeat the hunter, I can cast a spell to cover your trail so you may escape his grasp. This is the only way to deal with this being? So be it. Okay, and then get these guys back out of here and get my ranger squad back in. Oh, the Domain of Secrets is the expensive one, isn't it? That's not promising. Margrid, I'm going to switch you over to... Let's see, I have Prepared Shot, right? Yes, right there. I'm going to switch her over to Prepared Shot. Pass by value, pass by reference, const values are value references. Preliminary management makes it incredibly newbie unfriendly. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Like, there's a lot. Like, if you understand pointer math and what's going on with, like, memory allocation and all that sort of stuff, like, you can do a lot of really powerful stuff with C++, and you can get a lot of efficiencies and optimizations with it. But it is absolutely, like, I would not recommend C++ as somebody's first programming language, generally speaking. I would recommend something like C# or, like, .NET stuff is a lot more approachable. I definitely would recommend more like C#. Like, C family languages is really useful for development in general, so getting experience with the way that they, like, name things and syntax stuff is a good idea. But yeah, it's definitely not, as you say, it's not newbie friendly. Because it's really, really easy to, like, you have to technically understand what's happening. And, like, references versus pointers and all that stuff is a huge deal. Oh boy, we've got a bajillion dudes over here too. Escort Countess to Atrocity Library. Countess must survive. Protect it while he casts the incantation of fog, and he must survive. That's not great. Seek out Tarek in the Domain of Secrets. Defeat the demons blocking the path to the Titan. Okay, so Scorch wants to do stuff, Tarek wants help, and Countess needs help as well. Let's just focus on this Titan one at the moment. You can do a lot of wonky stuff with the preprocessor as well. In advisably or inadvisably, you can with C++. Hi, you are attacking me. Care to not be doing that? Lots of Marganite masks around here. Can I actually go this way? I've heard of D language. I'm not familiar with it though. Which allows for module and even per function switching of memory management types. So you can go as high level as Java and have a garbage collector as low as C and have to deal with pointers. Interesting. Yeah, I've heard of D. I have not ever looked into it. That's interesting though. Definitely pointers are really confusing for some people. I never really had too much trouble with them. But, excuse me, they can be conceptually very confusing for some people, I've learned. There's a whole wide variety of languages. Like, I don't know enough about web development to be able to do that. And, like, I'm a programmer, but, like, that's one of the things that I think, like, people who aren't developers don't understand is the breadth of the field. There's just a lot of different types of languages, a lot of different types of things you're doing. A lot of different constructs. And like, web development is very different from other types of development that are not web development. And certainly, like, some types of development are going to be easier for some people's brains to wrap themselves around than others. If you order a package and you don't pick... If you order a package and don't pick up your house and walk to the post office, instead you give the post office the address so they can come to you. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what's happening. For sure. It gets especially fun when you get to multiple levels of indirection. Yeah, we've got some dialogue going on here. The Char have always found strength in the flames. When the Titans appeared before our people in a towering inferno, we knew that surely these must be our gods, says Scorch. Okay, get me outside of this well, please. Then you start getting to, like, some of the fun bit manipulation that goes into decoding templates. Yeah, that's the thing, is, like, I really feel like Nightfall serves as kind of like a trilogy cap on the other two campaigns. Like, it was intentionally... Ooh, I need to wait a moment. Like, they intentionally were like, hey, let's describe how these things go. I feel like if I were the one in charge of the lore, kind of seeing how they did things, and I were to make another Guild Wars 1 game, I would not set it on Tyria. I'd branch it off into a new area and kind of, like, start a new trilogy or something. Just because I feel like you want to do something like that with how complex everything kind of gets. And it like, you want a fresh slate so that we can work from that. There's, like, so much baggage otherwise that you're dealing with. Kind of reconceptualize things a bit. Factions and prophecies happen simultaneously. Nightfall happens after and just explains everything. Also, the fight against the Lich and Shido is amazing. The best fan service ever. Yeah. Abaddon has many dark friends, Sunspear. Recently, soldiers from Menzies' Shadow Army have been seen roaming the land in support of the Margonites. Our purposes here are not so different, human. We both fight for the side of light. We must ally against Nightfall and take the Mark of Light and destroy these soldiers. Yeah, I know, right? It's really nice to be able to get all of those buffs. I feel like, oh goodness, out of the fire, please, out of the fire. No, I don't see daze marks there. Well, I got some energy from it, but not much more than that, unfortunately. Yeah, like, Favor is definitely on more often than I'd expect, given the requirements to get it, but it's definitely not up 100%. Some of them, like, different regions have different buffs, though. Like, Prophecies has, like, a health regen buff and a... oh, what's the other one? And a remove death penalty effect. That just wouldn't make sense to allow for free. But yeah, the like buff to your attribute stuff would be nice if it was a little bit cheaper. I think they're... I don't even know if they're consistent across... Yeah, I'd have to check that. Like, they're definitely not the same in Prophecies and the other places. I'm not sure if Factions and Nightfall do the same thing. And I'm not sure about Eye of the North either. I haven't checked Eye of the North. They're definitely not the same across all of those, though. No, there's different buffs in different areas. Prophecies is not particularly impressive, though. To be sure, but... Okay, Quickening Zephyr plus the area effect is just ridiculous. It is very rare there. Yeah, there's a lot more of the... There's a lot more accessibility to the effects in... the other ones. Scorch says, through our gods, our people found a purpose, one that bound us together and drove us onto a path of conquest. Yeah, it's definitely less impressive buff-wise in Prophecies. Okay, I need to stop. We need to stop standing in these things. It's not good for our health. Needed to be more proactive about getting people out of the effects. No, I think it was too far away. For Norgu is definitely being a bit stronger than Zed. WikiLink should be okay. I don't know what you posted a link to prior. But I believe I have the wiki marked as okay to post links to. Yeah. Yeah, like Resurrection Signet as an effect is like fine, but the fact that it's not, like, it requires specific circumstances to be able to reuse it, I definitely think has impacted how much people like it. Deathpact Signet is just, like, close enough that people are favoring it for sure. Scorch says, following signs from the gods, we cut a swath of destruction into the lands of men. Victory was our birthright. Fire and steel became the hands with which we would grasp it. Cool. I'm going to wait until we're not diseased to proceed. Ah, yeah. That makes sense. I should probably make GitHub okay. Probably. I don't know how many other people have actually gone looking at some of the files. It's kind of cool. Kind of cool to have somebody else poking around. I know, right? Faith of Chaos, please stop doing things. Yes, you have to make sure you're actually getting your enemies killed in this. When they're these guys. Yeah. I hadn't thought about it, quite frankly. Ugh. Arms of Insanity are really obnoxious. Okay, well that triggered her dialogue. Scorch says, always towards Ra, where the gods once lived. All that awaited us there was death. What sort of god would lead his people to destruction? Yeah, I mean, that's true. From the Char standpoint, their armies were absolutely slaughtered by going to Ra. Well, there you go. It probably is missing the PvE only skills that were added this year for the 15th anniversary. But yeah, it's probably just a list of like all of things. I don't remember what's in it actually. In the .txt, there's also all of the skill icons, which are at different DPIs, annoyingly enough. Yeah. It's true. Mm-hmm. Ignis Cruor. To think that I would ever be graced by the presence of a god. The Scorched Ember Claw. Flickering Flame. I have come all this way to prove my faith. We have done all that you have asked, and yet I still find myself stranded in this purgatory. How have we failed you? Impudent creature, I have no further use for you. Your presence offends my senses. Be gone. How do you feel about Dazed? Oh, goodness. Mindburn boss. Mindburn boss. Warning, Mindburn boss. Okay, can we please get the monks resurrected? How can this be? We worship them as gods. Have we been used all along? I need time to think on this. That's the one thing we have in abundance here. You have been of great assistance, human. I will remember this. We meet again, Imrahil Argentum. A spark inside of me has grown to a raging fire that lusts for revenge. The price of blood shed by my people must be repaid twofold. I have heard word that 2 titans yet remain in these lands. Though I may never find peace here, I may find satisfaction in their deaths. Will you lend me your strength once more? I would love to. but unfortunately I seem to be somewhat deceased at the moment. No, you don't need to ascend for the Realm of Torment. You end up in the Realm of Torment when your soul has been corrupt, like when you have been tainted or stained by Abaddon. So if your soul or spirit or whatever has been affected by Abaddon, then you end up in the Realm of Torment. Dismember the Titans is a fun name. So yeah, it has absolutely nothing to do with Ascension. Ascension is required... Ascension is, like, not really required for anything. Ascension is a concept that is so unique to prophecies that anything that kind of was tangentially related to it... Like, so Ascension was necessary to go to the Realm of the Gods and also give you the Gift of True Sight that made it impossible for the Mersat to hide from you. Yeah, I really wish they'd given a bit more useful of a skill to the elementalists in that. Seek out and destroy the Titan Securus Phasmatis, and finally defeat the remaining Titan Letern Antineo. Yeah, I agree. Like, they feel very much, or at least it feels that way. The focus on Guild Wars 2 nods and attribute management, or attribute point manipulation is very... Hello, Eats Indigo. Figured out where the space goes in your name. Welcome. They are interesting builds because I am running off of a restricted pool of skills generated by my program here. That is why they are so strange. Most likely. Oh well, there they are. There's the Titans. Yeah, I've been enjoying it. Okay, so the question is, should I go back up this way to recover R? Probably. Now we got some shadow beasts popping up. You maybe can stop doing things. Aha. Yeah, they're very, very inconsistent. Is really what it kind of comes down to. Yeah, Judgment Strike felt like they didn't know what to do for the monks. They tried to give them some sort of like smiting aligned thing. Frankly, if it was just an elite enchantment that made your smiting prayers recharge at like 25%, or in like 25% of the time, it would be actually quite useful. But like Judgment Strike as it is, well, it's not a hammer elite though. It's a melee attack. You can use it with any weapon. I think actually, Judgment Strike is pretty sweet on monk secondaries. There you go. That's exactly it. Eats Indigo. Although, frankly, I would have loved to see a Smiting Prayers overhaul to make it more, like, in the line of, smite condition and stuff like that. I mean, you can absolutely use it on an AMO. It's not like you need an elite on an assassin. And you can use it with Falling Lotus, and it's an area of effect attack that knocks down attacking foes. I think it is with a quick activation time, and like they gave it an 8-second recharge. It's fine at 0 divine favor. Yeah, I mean, Mesmer needs nerfing. Fast casting, like, if I were to do stuff with Mesmers, the first thing I'd do is remove the quickened recharge on fast casting. The second thing I would try is, if that wasn't enough to kind of put them in line, is shrinking the area of effect on probably Mistrust, Wandering Eye, and Energy Surge. Those things alone would do a lot to reduce Mesmer's overpoweredness. Speaking of which... Okay, just me knowing my targeting. These do count as demonic servants of Abaddon. How convenient. Ooh, a vial of blue dye. I mean, you can argue that too. I do feel that Mesmer is a bit strong. The fundamental problem is Elementalist has to contend with armor and Mesmer doesn't. So the real way to kind of like balance things out is to have some enemies that have large HP pools but low armor, because then like a lot of things are way better against those. Like if you had things that actually had like 40 armor but like 800, 900 health, the Mesmer would take a lot longer to get through them. Curses needs some help. It has some decent stuff, but I agree. Curses needs help kind of around the edges. What I would really want focus on in Necromancer more first is Blood Magic. Blood Magic is really scattered. It does not know what it's doing. It's all over the place. It has a bunch of these life-stealing skills that kept getting nerfed because of Blood Spike and PvP. Yeah, like, you've got some cool ideas with the health sacrifice stuff, but you just got so much, like, but what even is this attribute line about? And I feel like it could be given a lot better of an identity. Curses is okay. I feel like Enfeebling Blood should be Blood Magic, not Curses, because it has life sacrifice and is called Enfeebling Blood. Curses just feels like the attribute line that they just stuffed stuff in when they didn't know what to do with it. And then Death Magic has a bunch of these elemental or like cold damage types, which is just not good because the damage values are super low on them. Right chance is a silly skill. Yeah, like Elementalist casting times are a bit of an issue. Yeah, there's not really a time when you need to remove 13 enchantments. It kind of reaches the point where it just means remove all enchantments from target foe. Scorch says, "As I feared, there is something greater at work here. Do not let that overshadow the great victory we have achieved. You have done well, human." Okay. Doesn't look like Scorch has any further stuff going on. That's in a different spot. That's in a different spot. Need to... Okay, I have to do them all in one run go. That's fine. Wow, I've gone off in a very different direction than I usually go into this zone. Yeah, that's the disappointing thing. Yeah, water magic is pretty strong. I find I like air a lot when I play Ellie. Part of the issue that I have is I really don't like the fact that they made so many skills have the overcasts modification, I guess, for lack of a better word. It seems like a really good idea, but the problem is each attribute, like Elementalist attribute lines are super shallow. It takes a while to capture everything. Mana guy, it really does. Yeah. I mean, Mesmer just has disruption and damage highly effectively in the same attribute line, and Elementalists can't really step to it. I've found, like, Over the Limit's fun with, like, Rodgorts. Well, the other thing, too, is Elementalist has garbage energy management. You have to invest so much of your attribute, like, so many of your skill slots into energy management, and then you're super vulnerable to enchantment removal. It really sucks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the problem is what I find with the overcast thing is it's really difficult to figure out, like, okay, so I want to run, either I bring a skill that causes overcast, or there's a whole set of skills I don't want to use, and then there's only a limited number of overcast skills, so it feels really, really, really on rails. I mean, Shelter Union Displacement combo with Soul Twist is too strong. It's that the real issue is Soul Twist is way too strong of a skill. Yeah. And that's where a lot of people are hoping that Over the Limit would do the exact opposite of what it does. Instead of adding Overcast, it would remove it. Like, if it ticked off Overcast each second, then that would be what people were hoping it would do, instead of adding it. Because, like, you can have plenty of skills to give you Overcast. Like, imagine how much better, like, how much more often would you use, over the limit, whatever it is, if instead of adding Overcast, it removed it on each tick. Well, you'd be like, oh yeah, I'm all over that. Like, my spells are better, and I can spam all of these Overcast skills without getting absolutely swamped in it. You just sit there spamming Obsidian Flame like crazy, and then your damage would be good. Could you clarify eats Indigo, please? Yeah, it would be. Over the Limit is Overcast decreases your maximum energy by Overcast amount and removes at a rate of 1 per every 3 seconds. Over the Limit, this is it right here. It's a PvE only energy storage elite enchantment spell with it's a maintained enchantment with 20-second recharge. Even if its recharge was like a second, that would be better. But spells that you cast up to 20% faster and recharge up to 50% faster, and you continuously gain Overcast while this is active. Yeah. The upside is that it makes your spells cast a little bit faster. The faster casting matters very marginally. You're more using it because it makes your stuff recharge 50% of the time, which is fun with Rodgort's Invocation. 4-second recharging Rodgorts with... Oh, what's the... I have an Elementalist with me. With Glowing Gaze, also at 4-second recharge, is pretty sweet. But yeah, it's arguably just not worth it. Yeah. Again, if it removed Overcast instead of adding it, it would be sweet, and people would love it. That's true. The cast time reduction is too low. That's where, like, 50-50 and removing Overcast, as I think Dead on Stick was saying, would be really sweet. Yeah. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. Like, the downside of taking up your elite slot is significant on it as well, is part of the issue. Because it does take up your elite slot, and then you're stuck without your elite slot. like, Elementalists have only really had one time when they were really good, and that was before the AI learned how to run from their spells. So you just sit back and you drop 3 meteor showers on them. And there's like some fun stuff you can do, but yeah. I really don't like the design direction they went with on it. Yeah. An elite slot and a PvE only slot, and it's not energy management. Like, Elemental Attunement is really, really, really good. But the thing is, like, Elementalist has so many problems. You're spending so many of your skill slots on enchantment-based energy management usually, and it's just... I really wish Elementalist was substantially better. And more interesting to build for, too. It's just so very narrow, because you basically are building to an element. It's just not worth it to mix elements, typically, because you just need the higher stats. Yeah. I don't think it would get used in PvP. It's vaguely okay with some air magic. Like, it's just not... It's not completely useless, but it's not very good. Well, what I mean by the energy management on Elementalist is bad is that you have to dedicate anywhere from... Like, you have to dedicate a substantial percentage of your energy bar to energy management. That requirement is pretty rough. And the thing is, like, energy storage is not a particularly interesting primary attribute either. Okay, what's the... Cover your tracks. What does cover your tracks require me to do? In terms of area, because I want to, like, pre-clear stuff. Oh, it goes way around the back? Wait, where is this? I'm very confused. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, I agree. You're spending like 25% of your skill bar on energy management skills. Like, that's my problem, is I don't want to be having to spend 25% of my skill bar on energy management. I would rather... Okay, you know what? I can go in here and just go backwards. Probably. I would like to be spending, like... I don't know. The thing is, like, if the... Like, they're powerful energy management skills for their context, but they also further force you into only being one element as well. So it's not... It's just this whole, like, complex set of issues that I have with the design of the Elementalist at large. Or I feel like the theory of what the Elementalist is kind of breaks down by the practicalities. Okay, let's get these fucking executioners. Sure, yeah. That's a very different game with very different mechanics. And, like, Elementalist... I don't know how Elementalist is in Guild Wars 2, like, currently or in general. But the way that they design things are just so dramatically different in that game. That some of the things that cause Elementalists a lot of problems in this game are not present. Like, there's no energy management at large in Guild Wars 2, for example. Handgraven monoliths are really annoying. Okay, I want to clear out this group as well. Okay, look. You guys need to come in here if you want to actually do anything against these guys. Well, that worked. What keeps knocking me down? I'm doing the side quests on this guy. I'm trying to clear out all the side quests. I've done, like, I've beaten Abaddon, but I haven't done all of the side quests here, so. Even if you were to turn every single elemental skill into a signet and removed Overcast and gave every skill the power of its Overcast state, it would still be worse than Mesmerite nuking. I don't know. Spammed Flare could be okay. Yeah, it really depends upon the area. The big thing, again, Elementalist has problems in high-end areas because they gave those enemies so much armor, particularly against Destroyers. Destroyer armor is so ludicrously high that, like, Elementalist damage basically from armor almost always goes down. There's some exceptions. For example, the Siege Ice Elementals in the Southern Shiver Peaks and the Ice Elementals in the Northern Shiver Peaks are super vulnerable to fire damage to the point where they actually take more damage from fire than they do against other types of damage. But for the most part, Elementalist damage only goes down. So that's kind of a big deal. Yeah. It would be kind of nice. Okay, this Graven Monolith is actually kind of a huge problem. And so are these Warlocks. Yeah, the other Warlock, please. Yeah. No, for sure. Well, and the thing is, too, that Wastrel specifically preys on a game mechanic that's supposed to make enemies more durable. What's going on here? Oh, there's a boss up here that everybody was kind of going to, I guess. No, you don't get a Caretaker's Charge. So there's a mechanic called Natural Resistance that gives certain enemies, more in Prophecies. Prophecies bosses have it. I think Eye of the North bosses might. I don't believe Factions or Nightfall bosses do. But what the mechanic does is it halves the duration of hexes and conditions on that enemy. So what that means is Wastrel's Worry, which is a hex that deals damage when it ends, or deals damage after 3 seconds, but if it ends prematurely, it does nothing. And it ends when an enemy uses a skill. Suddenly is able to trigger in a second and a half, which means that it triggers a lot more reliably. Yeah. Prophecy's bosses are super durable. Okay. Team, you'll do a lot more damage if you come up the stairs and stop attacking the wall. They have, like, you'd think they'd maybe figure out they're being obstructed and try to unobstruct themselves, but nope. Oh well. But yeah, natural resistance is easy to prey upon with Wastrel's Worry, making it highly effective at killing them. Let's see, I guess I'm going to kill this Graven Monolith because it's here and kind of in the way. Oh, there goes my elite. Yeah. Which one, Dead on Stick? The one that's in the hidden city of Adashim and at the end of that mission that can instantly nuke your party, or the one in the forest that where you're set on fire when you're walking around? Isn't the one near Desolation Savannah Heat? Yeah, the NF one's in hidden city of Adashim. It's like right at the end of that mission. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of Graven Monoliths. Do you think you could drop me your things? That would be great. Yeah, I'm going a bit long. I kind of want to finish some of these quests because I'm out here. I'm apparently clearing a lot of this map. I'm going a bit later today than normal, though. I don't suppose you'd drop some inscribed shards from me, would you? From Graven Monoliths? No? Oh. Yeah, that thing's a real piece of work. Like, I've cleared so many of these enemies out, I kind of want to just get some of the quests out here done with. Yeah, nukes you with that one, too. Well, the other thing, too, so this is a really interesting thing that I learned from the, I don't trust this Margrid group. I'm going to take them out as well. That I learned from the weapons that they introduced for the 15th anniversary. Is that the strike factor. Yeah, and everyone is on fire, which does a lot of damage. It shouldn't be ignored. The strike factor is this value. So, like, those who are unfamiliar with the damage formula in this game, it's like armor is... It's an exponential equation. It's strike factor minus your armor divided by 40, and 2 is taken to the power of that equation, and that's kind of like the multiplier for armor. Strike factor, like, I thought it was just default 60 there, I didn't realize strike factor was a thing for a long time. And for the most part, like, it actually matters a lot. But for the most part, like, from a player perspective, it's pretty ignorable. But basically the way that the equation works is as strike factor goes up, damage goes up. As armor goes up, damage goes down. That's kind of the way to think about it. Strike factor is, for martial weapons, such as my spear, is my... Thank you. Is based off of my attributes. So 12 spear mastery, it's 5 times your weapons linked attribute for martial weapons, up to 12, and then it's 2 afterwards, I believe. So at spear mastery 16, I have like 68 strike factor. But for like spells, it's based on your level. Strike level, not strike factor. You can call it whatever the heck you want. But the strike part is the part that's relevant here. As long as we don't know what we're talking about. But it's, for caster stuff, it's 3 times your level. So at level 20, it's 60, which is why I kind of always just assumed it was 60. So this applies to like scepters and staves and stuff. And it also applies to your spells. So if your spell deals armor-respecting damage, then strike level is taken into account. What this means is that elementalist enemies like this Marganite these Marganites at level 24, like this Marganite sorcerer, has 12 more strike level than a player at level 20 does, than level 20 does, just by having 4 more levels, which means that their spells hit harder because their level is higher. So higher leveled elementalists deal more damage off of like the raw combat math, which isn't something I had realized. But that's why like your level 28 Sparks of the Titans hit so freaking hard. Not only do they probably have maxed out attributes, but they also get more strike factor, which means they functionally get armor penetration. Or strike level or whatever. Yeah. And that's why they hit so freaking hard. I don't know why I thought that would do something. Okay, can these monoliths please stop clumsinessing me? They had to fix it for the special weapons that they added. Yeah, they absolutely will destroy you. They are nasty. Because again, like, being level 28 means that they have significantly higher strike factor. So the formula, like, that's 84. So if you have, like, 84 armor, then they're doing damage equal to what's printed on their spells. I mean, frankly, if Over the Limit gave you additional strike level, it would actually be a huge boon to elementalists. Yeah, for up until 12 and then 2 after that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So the level 40 Titans that are attacking you with a martial thing, they cap out at, let's see, that's an additional 8 levels. So they cap out at 16 more, so that's like 76 strike level. Something like that, if I've done my math correctly, which I may or may not have. Like, that's a huge difference in how powerful they are. Right. Whereas the casters are just kind of uncapped. It's more levels equals more damage for casters, if they deal typed damage. Or armor-respecting damage, or whatever. It's a huge difference in kind of how the formula works between physical versus casters. But that's why, like, those high-level, like, the level 28 elementalist bosses in, like, Nightfall and stuff are so absolutely terrifying. It's because they actually have a substantially huge boost to damage. But yeah, now I just want Over the Limit to have increased strike factor that it gave. That'd be so good. Like, if it was plus 50% strike level, you could be hitting at substantially heightened values. That'd be really, really cool. I 100% agree. I would love to be able to just get the full, like, source code and everything. Let me make my own version of Guild Wars. Like, let me mod the ever-living snot out of it and have my own server and stuff. I would customize so much. Oh, it'd be great. No, it's a completely under the hood mechanic that's never really explained anywhere. It's known on the wiki. And it wasn't something people were really thinking about. Like, I wasn't even particularly aware of it until the weapons with weird attributes stopped working properly. Because, like, so with the 15th anniversary, they introduced, like, an energy storage axe, for example. And it wasn't getting, like, you'd had to have axe mastery in order to be able to get your strike level up. And so they actually went and fixed that. So you no longer have to do that. But yeah, the Soul Reaping Scythe was kind of a big deal as well in that regard. hypothetical 30 cap. Yeah, I mean, that would be an interesting thing to experiment with. Yeah, I mean, had to learn about that and then go in and figure out how to fix it. Like, it should always have been tied to the attribute, but it's a really easy hack to be like, well, all axes are going to use axe mastery, so why bother making this look at the attribute of the weapon? I really love the idea of having, like, spreading around weapons just like they did with Guild Wars 2. I think it'd be really cool if I could have, like, swords, like a swordsmanship variant attribute line on Ranger. And it's like, oh, and if I go Ranger and Warrior, I get access to swordsmanship and this one and get, like, more skills. Make a Necro with 10k death magic, and then summon a single flash golem, just to see how big it would be. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, there would be all sorts of fun stuff to experiment around with. Yeah, like, it'd be cool to do all sorts of different things. Or, like, make some of the spear skills ranged attacks so you could use them with a bow. That'd be cool. It would be huge. It would be a huge minion. I remember the days back before there was a cap on number of minions. Paragon's got leadership daggers. There's no, like, dagger attacks or anything in leadership. They just got some daggers that scale with leadership. Let's see, what else? There was a... So, there's a weapon for each... Or there's a... Yeah, I don't know. If you... Mesmer's got a fast casting shield. I don't know if you want to call that a weapon or not, but... there's functionally, like, a weapon for each profession. Leadership... tied to the primary attribute. So, Warrior's got a spear. Paragon's got daggers. Assassin got a short bow. Ritualist got a flat bow or a long bow or something. Yeah, fast casting shields, which people are generally considering to be really good. People liked the daggers for Paragon as well. I'm not entirely sure why. I'm just not up enough on what people are doing with it to make them super happy about it. Elementalist got an axe, a scythe for soul reaping, for necromancers. The energy on it is... It's what they're doing for the energy. That's the real question that I have. Dervish got a staff. Let's see. I know I'm forgetting stuff. I've gone through... Monk got a hammer. A Divine Favor hammer. The thing that's interesting, too, is they have, for the most part, atypical elements. So, like, it's a built-in cold axe, but you can still add a prefix to it, I think. And it's like a dark damage scythe that you can add a prefix to. A divine... Or, like, holy damage hammer that you can add a prefix to. Stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty cool. Okay, hopefully Countess is cool to come with me. We'll need to talk to Tarek as well, figure out what's going on with that one. I'm probably going to do these two quests and then kind of wrap up, or at least hopefully do them. Yeah. So there's a... Oh, Countess is super slow. There's an elite for each of the ones. PvE only elites tied to the primary attribute. I love the Assassin one. It's a Shadow Step. That's a skill. That counts as a lead attack. Also, it steals attributes from your target, which is neat, but the fact that it's a Shadow Step with that counts as a lead attack is really, really cool. Like, that's a skill idea I had for quite a while of, like, that would be... Why didn't they ever make this? And they did. I think that one's usable on secondary. I think the monk one's usable on secondary. The rest of them, not so much. The Dervish's elite gives you a huge amount of energy regen. It's pretty strong. It's not as ridiculous as it's not as ridiculous as Heroic Refrain is, but Heroic Refrain is the Paragon one that just raw gives somebody more attribute points. Oh, Warrior's 7-weapon stance is really fun. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you get a lot of damage out of the assassin when you do that. Well, in 7-weapon stance, it just gives you absolutely ludicrous attributes. Running around with 20 in like 2 or 3 different weapons is hilarious. Not particularly useful necessarily, but yeah, you can. It might require you to get it up a rank, but yeah. They made this guy go super slowly so you could clear everything out ahead of him, but he's taking a really weird side path. I think the attribute point manipulation thing is kind of cool, and I think the neat thing to add late to the game, but it definitely is a bit wonky. I mean, it makes sense to me. But I like Shadow Theft. I think it's a really cool skill. And a lot of Elementalist players are just super disappointed about Over the Limit. I think of Over the Limit, like, if it's stabled on, like, 50% more strike level or whatever the heck it's called, that would be really cool as well, but that would be hard to set up. I really wish Paragon got a little bit of a rework. But I have fundamental design issues with leadership. I think it makes it hard to balance the profession. Come on, you can get there, Countess. Nice slither animation, actually. I don't know if there's anybody there who's had their head in the game in Guild Wars 1 long enough to really have a sense of how to balance it anyway. Three motivation. They're on fire. Whoop. They're on fire. There's nothing to fear. Save yourselves for great justice. Aggressive refrain. Good old burning refrain. Bending refrain and heroic refrain. I mean, the tricky thing is everybody's idea of balance is different. It's a subjective thing. We tend to treat balance as like it's an objective thing. You can objectively measure whether or not you're meeting your subjective goals, but there's like so many different factors that affects like what people think balance should look like. And we just kind of all have to say, well, here's what we're presented. What do we think's actually good? Yeah. It makes sense. Definitely solid. Definitely solid. Yeah, that is typically what a lot of people want, is they want to be able to beat things more easily. But at the same time, if they actually could, it would decrease the value of the experience for them, most likely. I don't know. Would players prefer something that was like, okay, this is harder but faster, or slower but easier? Like, that's not a trade-off players usually want to make, but Yeah, that's traditionally, or like I've often done that too. The problem that you run into with that is sort of the arms race can also have its own problems. I don't blame you. Although, frankly, I would like Thunderhead Keep to be harder than it is now because I find it boring now. It's too easy, in my opinion, as it currently is. But yeah, 2005 THK is... That was... Oh, what is... There's a term that people use for a thing that, like, filters stuff out that I've, for some reason, been blanking on for a long time now. But, anyway. Something like blind is spammably debuff that makes people miss 90% of the time attacks. Stupidly overpowered in any other game. Yeah, for sure. Because there's so many ways of dealing with things. It's a really complex system, and I love Guild Wars 1's system. Like, I think it is not particularly well balanced as it currently sits, but I think it's balanced enough to make for a fun game to play, and I love brewing skill bars and coming up with ideas for how to do things, and sometimes they work well and sometimes they don't. And I think the biggest thing, like there's a lot of little things that I would like to tweak in terms of balance. I think the thing that would make it more compelling would be just enemy skill bars being more interesting and varied. Yeah. And like you're encouraged to as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think I remember reading that. Was that the WP is short for Wooden Potatoes. He's known in the Guild Wars community for doing a lot of YouTube videos. He did a pretty neat Let's Play of Guild Wars 1 back in the day. He does a lot of Guild Wars 2 stuff now. He did one analyzing like things that were becoming design burdens for Guild Wars 1. I think is what you're referring to. I think YouTube links should be okay. But yeah, if you just search YouTube for Wooden Potatoes. The Spud Club is actually connected to Wooden Potatoes. Okay, how far into this are you going, Keeper? But yeah, Isaiah Cartwright was talking about, like, some of the challenges with trying to create new professions. And he's absolutely right. It's a design space problem. You want each profession to be as distinct from each other one that exists as possible, so that way they each have a distinct design space. They basically, for those who are familiar with Magic the Gathering, what ArenaNet basically decided to do was instead, like, they kept adding new colors, and it just made it harder and harder to make each one distinct, which was a problem with adding new professions. I think there are different ways that they could have approached it. I think the idea of, like, adding weapon spells is a mechanic that all professions get access to, and different ones use it differently. Like, imagine if there's weapon spells you cast on enemies, like hexes, for example. But weapon spells, you can only ever have one, so the way to get rid of a weapon spell you don't like is to put on a weapon spell you do, regardless of which direction. Like, that could have been a really interesting way of doing it, and just giving, like, all the professions weapon spells, or, like, spreading it around to, like, the casters or something. Like, there's different ways that you could have approached expanding the design space better than what I think they ended up doing. Looks like the Keeper might be going into the heart of the area here, so I'm just going to clear out these enemies. Just stay dazed over there, would you? Okay, I didn't know the Keeper would go all the way into the middle here. Oh, okay. Well, that was easy. It is done. The hunter can no longer follow your scent. This time, the hunter became the prey. Well, I was expecting more defense there. Yeah, it does create massive balancing issues. It's like, it makes it more and more complex the more secondary professions you have to try to balance things. For sure. Which is definitely an issue. A lot of Shidokun. A lot of Shuriken assassins here. Yeah, they don't count as demonic servants of Abaddon either, which is annoying. And then the higher energy costs are not great. I want to clear these guys out, though. I don't know where the other dude needs to go, but... Okay, well, we're probably wiping here. I love the secondary profession system. Yeah, it is a pretty long comment. Like, I love the secondary profession system. I think it could have been done in a way that created fewer problems to them long term. Oh, top 4 is still around. That explains some of why they're just not dying. Oh, Cora, can you keep yourself alive for... Nope. Okay, well, whatever. Yeah, like, I understand where stuff with Guild Wars 2 came from. They basically were like, we have so many design problems with Guild Wars 1 that we're running into, like trying to make tutorials and coming up with new professions because that's the route that decided to go down, and trying to figure out how to keep it balanced, and working with an engine that's more limited than what they are wanting to do. That they just kept, like, iterating away from Guild Wars 1, and what I'll say about Guild Wars 2, or like the thing that I generally say about it is, I wish it was either more like Guild Wars 1 or less like it. Because as it is, I kind of feel like it's in this really awkward, like, in-between spot, where it's just not... The spot that they ended up with the combat for it is not a spot that I enjoy. Yeah. Yeah, it is an interesting comment. Also, getting rid of energy was a huge mistake. I don't know where they got the idea. Like, so they add energy potions. It fundamentally breaks the system. Where's the idea of, like, oh, I guess we just shouldn't have energy then? Comes from when it's like the energy potions are what broke the, not the energy. Energy is intrinsically a good idea. Like, you can design around it, but then you have to be doing other things. You basically have to externalize the energy into a thing that the enemies have that then you're interacting with. I think. Okay, let's see what Tarek is up to. I feel like I've cleared out so much of the zone. I just kind of want to, like, get this quest going. Okay, Tarek, what's your story? Say a prayer, friends. It just may guide you to the salvation that you seek, or be the last words to escape your lips. Are you the ones? Yes, I can see it in your eyes. I felt a change in the air the moment you arrived. In a realm such as this, where every day is torture, it is easy to sense. You'll be the key that opens the door to our freedom, our peace. Have not the people of Or suffered enough? Let me show you. It lies just ahead. Okay, I've been over there. Let's go. But yeah, so like Guild Wars 2, they're just iterating away from all of the things that gave them problems. It's why it's such an offense-focused game. It's why they went... Like, again, I don't like Persistent World MMO because of the fundamental design challenges it has, and a lot of people think it's cool. Different strokes for different folks, as they say. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to just be like, yo, here is the Domain of Secrets. Whatever. I need a screenshot for the thumbnail for today's video. That's going to be it. That's what I've decided. I used Windows Millennium Edition back in the day on my main computer. It was not great. But yeah, I've talked about Guild Wars 2 extensively in the past in previous streams. But I feel like Basically, I wish I felt like they're iterating towards something instead of away from things. And they're, like, questioning conventional wisdom on how to do stuff, which I think is a great idea. But then they questioned it so hard that they didn't, like, ask, wait, was it actually a good idea, though? At least it feels that way sometimes. Like, getting rid of standard quests has consequences. I feel like I'm going to get a dialogue here. Oh, here's some Margonites. It is a pincer attack. I'd like to thank you for bringing me this far. I admit, I was skeptical you would be so willing. I was skeptical you'd be so willing to be so willingly led to your own deaths, but your generosity is your downfall. Your presence here is an affront to my Lord Abaddon. Just as simply as I use that foolish vizier to wipe ore from this world, I will use this vessel to eliminate you. I'll leave you to savor your fate. Enjoy your last moments, fool. The next thing you will feel will be insufferable pain. Think of it as my gift to you. I see, Tarek. I see. I have some bad news, which is that sending like 9 Margonites at me is hardly sufficient. So apparently that guy is responsible for convincing the Vizier to do stuff. I really need to tweak Mubot. Are you talking about New World? Okay, well, I'm going to go see Kaylin for my reward. Let's see. Let's kick these last dudes so I can put on the low-level guys. And get my quest reward here. I can't believe these things you've told me. I've seen men twisted by these lands, and it is true that Tarek had been acting different as of late, but I can't believe he could be responsible for such an unspeakable crime. He was a good man. There must be something more to this. Well, the more I think about the things that have happened, the less sense they make. How could Tarek have been involved with what happened to Orr? Surely it was the Vizier's folly that damned us to this hell, but there is too much that we don't know. Only Tarek has those answers. Will you find him? I will get to the bottom of this a different time. Ooh, and Countess has a quest as well. It is time to strike. Your trail is now lost to him. Find the hunter. Defeat him. Although the power imbued upon him by the Lich will resurrect his body, he will be unable to track you. Go. Open season. Well now, we've got some interesting quests dealing with all sorts of stuff here. But unfortunately, they're going to have to wait for next time. Thank you very much for the follow, Dead on Stick. You can do just as Dead on Stick did and follow the channel to get notified when I go live. I do need to be wrapping things up. Ooh, thank you very much for the Twitch Prime subscription, Dead on Stick. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. But it's time for me to bring the stream to a close. I've gone on like about an hour later than I usually do, but I've had fun. It was good chatting with people. So the next stream will be on Tuesday. You can check the thingy down below. The schedule thingy. And I guess that covers a lot of it. Is that the usually things I talk about? I mean, you can find the VODs. They hang out here for a little bit, and then I put them on my YouTube channel later. Stuff in the panels. So, yeah, thank you all for watching. And until next time, everyone, take care and goodbye. Like I said, I'll be back on Tuesday. Bye.